benefits of climate change. As you know, some climate change impact our health also, because as temperature is increasing, so we are facing new diseases, we are facing new infections. But some climate change may produce health benefits, but most will increase risk. What is the risk? More deaths and increased disease risk due to very hot days, because now temperature is increasing. So due to heat waves, we are facing viral fever, infections. And what is the benefits? So fewer winter deaths and disease events. So due to heat, we are facing deaths and increased disease risk. But what are benefits? In fewer winter deaths, because winter is going to be less. So fewer winter deaths are the benefits. But still, we are having more risk in comparison to benefits. So what are the heat wave effects? According to IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel Climate Change.
These slides are not moving, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Wait a minute, sir. Maybe some problem, sir.
There is version conflict also, na? Sometimes this.
Yes, sir.
Because ours is a paid premium version, it always keeps it to the latest version. So speakers also need to update their client.
Sir, it is okay if I will. I think if I will do in this full screen, so maybe some problem having.
You can continue with this, no issue.
Okay, sir. So due to heat wave effects, and according to IPCC fourth assessment in 2007, in 21st century, world is projected to experience 25% more frequent heat waves, and now we are facing this type of heat waves. And in the US, Los Angeles is expected to experience a 4 to 8-fold increase in heat waves days. And all over the world, we are facing more and more temperature and more heat waves in comparison to 2010 and 2015 and 2007. So those heat waves increase heart problems, asthma, in elder people, in senior citizens, and in youngsters also. And the homeless people can be especially vulnerable to extreme heat, because they are not having home, they are homeless. So they are facing vulnerable extreme heat due to this. And second risk is food poisoning. So due to increase in temperature, food poisoning is increasing day by day. And salmonellosis is especially like to a problem in food poisoning. So due heat waves increasing food poisoning also, because digestion becomes weak due to heat waves. And due to heat waves, our body not getting full water, not hydrated. So dehydration is also a problem. Food poisoning is also a problem. And next is aeroallergen production. So due to risk, this heat waves, risk is allergic disorders, because heat waves and that warm waves increase allergic disorders also, including hay fever and asthma due to longer pollen seasons. And what are the benefits? Because some benefits also there. reduced exposure to allergen in some place due to lower production or shorter season of polar circulation. In some places, a longer pollen season is there, so their risk is higher. But in some places, a lower production or shorter season of pollen circulation, their reduced exposure of aeroallergens. So these types of risk and benefits are there. And high temperature and change humidity may make the growing season shorter for some plants. Now, effect of extreme temperature. A European study of hospital admission data for a dozen major cities found that every 1 degree centigrade in temperature in the globally increase respiratory and asthma related illness up to 4.5% in elder people. And during in summer in 1995 heat waves in Chicago, it is estimated there were 700 excess deaths due to heats. So from climate change brings heat waves and allergies, and next is waterborne infection. Waterborne infection risk in cholera risk will increase in a coastal region due to warm temperature. But in heavy rainfall areas, this disease risk lower, so it is a benefit. So, now is a waterborne infection, then vector-borne infection. In mosquitoes and tick-borne infection are likely to increase due to heat waves. But in area or diminished rainfalls, mosquito, ticks, or snails may become less, and results of very high temperature may also decrease these vectors. But still, we are facing vector-borne infection due to heat waves or excess temperature. Vector-borne disease and climate association. Vector-borne disease have been shown to be associated with changing climate condition, especially in EI Nino Southern Oscillation ENSO events. In malaria spreading more and more in South Africa, Colombia, Venezuela, and it is a global problem. And dengue fever is a problem of Asia Pacific. As we can see the data last 2-3 years, dengue is increasing every year very rapidly, and higher rates is there, and the deaths also there due to the dengue. And Rose River virus in Australia, and West Nile virus in numerous places in US. So these are the vector-borne disease, and these disease increasing due to climate change and climate associations. In epidemiology, a vector is an insect or any living carrier that transmit an infectious agent. So a vector serves two functions. It is required for part of the parasitic development cycle, and it also transmits the parasite directly to the subsequent host. So, but most commonly known vector consist of anthropods, domestic animals, mammals. They are the vectors, and they help parasite to transfer organism or transfer to human and other mammals. So these are the vector. So common vectors are, you can see here in this slide, mosquitoes serve as a vector for malaria, dengue fever, or yellow fever and chikungunya. And ticks can serve as vector for Lyme disease and other diseases also. So these are the vectors. So mosquitoes are very dangerous because they are spreading malaria, dengue fever, yellow fever, chikungunya, and this, especially in this summer season, we are facing this type of fever, malaria fever, dengue fever, and deaths are common due to this fever. And so many childrens and elder people and now youngsters also affected due to this malaria fever, dengue fever. So high temperature affect both vector and pathogen, and rainfall effect are more complex. So high temperature also affect on vector and pathogen both, and rainfall also affect this vector disease vectors. Heavy rainfall and flooding may trigger outbreaks of diarrhea in areas where crowding and poverty are present. So, due to climate change, heavy rainfall and flood also big problem. And in some areas where heavy rainfall and flooding, so their diarrhea is common problem due to crowding or poverty. A very high rainfall can reduce mosquito population, but flushing larvae from their habitat in pooled water. So heavy rainfall also is a problem for us, and heavy rainfall will increase other disease like diarrhea, and heavy rainfall reduce mosquito, but rainfall will increase larva in pool water. So heavy rainfall increase malaria risk in rainfall area places. And the IPCC has noticed that global population at risk from vector-borne malaria will increase between 220 million and 400 million in the next century. So malaria is a problem. Is it and it will increase every year, day by day. So it can be a big problem for us. While most of the increase in predicted occur in Africa, and some increased risk is projected in Britain, Australia, India, and Portugal. And in India also we can see a lot of cases of malaria, but because it is we think it is a normal fever, malaria, and normal disease, so we are not taking care of this malaria. So but it is also it can be also a big disease and outbreak in coming century. So we have to work on this to reduce the population of mosquitoes. So the effect of increased heat. So hotter, more humid weather shorten mosquito breeding cycle. But now we can see the effect of increased heat in the mosquito life also. The hotter or more humid weather can short the mosquito breeding cycle. The incubation of dengue virus is spreaded up by increased temperature. So milder winters also allow the survival of many disease related mosquitoes, ticks and mice, the Lyme disease, Rocky Mountain spotted fevers, and other disease also. So milder winter can allow different disease due to climate change. Pesticides and health, because we are using pesticides in our agriculture, and pesticides to kill that vectors. So pesticides also impact our health, and pesticide also impact the climate and our soil also. In 1950s and 60s, DDT was widely used to curtail mosquito breeding grounds. And in 1962 book Silent Spring, the late Rachel Carson pointed out the tremendous environmental havoc being DDT and other related compounds. So current opinion is that DDT may have contributed to the current problem, but today's problem will go beyond the use of pesticide, and our soil also get impact effect due to this pesticides, and the soil fertility is going less day by day due to use of pesticides. So we are going towards to the organic farming, and most of the farmers and most of the people, they are following organic farming, and they are growing organic vegetables, organic fruits in their fields, and they are not using that pesticides to for their this for their fields. So pesticides can impact also in our health and in our environment. So climate change may cause a worsen of the common health problem already we are facing and already we are see, and in next 5 to 10 years, and we are going to face so many infectious disease especially, and already in 2019 already we are facing that COVID-19 impact on our life, and it is also an infectious disease. So, and it is due to climate change only. So we have to aware the people about the climate change and about this type of diseases. And West Nile virus is also another vector-borne disease, and firstly it occurs in Uganda, and this type of disease, especially infectious virus disease, is a big problem in Africa, and it is spreading some another developing countries and least developed countries also, and later outbreaks in Israel, and in late 15 in Romania, late 15 in Israel, and 1996 in Romania, and in US also in 19 and New York in 1999, West Nile virus was there, and it is due to a common vector, a common house mosquito. So condition of spreading West Nile virus becomes a threat after periods of hot and dry weather. So due to dry weather, their mosquito breedings growing day by day, and due to this spreading of West Nile virus in some other countries. Then bronze zoo is also another infected disease and infected virus, and it is due to death of several species like crows and blood eagles and flamingos, and more than 30,000 West Nile cases have occurred in the US since 2022, and 1,000 death, but death are less, and we are not concentrating on this type of disease, but maybe in future this type of disease can become can become pandemic and can outbreak. So we have to focus in this type of disease also. So the infectious disease is nowadays infectious disease becomes means after this COVID-19. So previously COVID-19, we are not taking infectious disease as serious, but now we are focusing more in the infectious disease. In fact, mainly infectious disease is a problem of Africa, and there is so many disease infection is there and diseases is there due to humidity, due to hot weather, and due to rain, due to climate change. But we can see here in India also that malaria fever and that dengue fever and that leishmania, this type of disease is spreading more and more day by day, and viral fever also. And we have to focus in this type of disease. So many infectious agent, vector or organism, non-human reservoir species, or in the rate of pathogen replication, they are sensitive to climate condition, and like chlorella bacteria, and they are rapidly are dividing very fast in higher temperature, and in region where low temperature, low rainfall, or absence of vector habitat restrict transmission of vector-borne disease, climate change, tip to ecological balance and trigger epidemics. So where less rainfall, less humidity, less temperature, so there is less chances of this vector-borne disease. But where is high temperature, high humidity, and high rainfall, also there, hot temperature is there. So there is chances are high to develop this type of infectious disease. So already we talk about the dengue fever. So two forms of dengue fever is there: classic dengue fever and dengue hemorrhagic fever. And in dengue hemorrhagic fever, it is a problem in Asia and Africa, was of great concern, and there is no vaccine to protect against it, and there is no medicine to cure it. Those people who have other health problem will would probably not so be lucky, and if we are having other heart problem and asthma problem, and then we get this dengue fever, so it this type of case more complicated for us. And due to this fever, platelets, RBCs are going down, and sometimes death occurs also, and we can see a lot of death due to dengue fever. And flooding, now next is flooding. Flooding is also a problem due to climate change, and flood brings diseases also, and it affects 1 billion people by flooding. And in 1992 to 2001, so 1 billion people affected by flooding, and flooding are classified low probability, high impact event. And due to floods, more injuries and deaths due to floods, increased risk of infectious disease, and short-term flood effect is some health consequences arise during or soon after the flooding, and they include injuries, communicable disease, or exposure to toxic pollutants. And excessive rainfall facilitates human sewage and animal waste into the waterways and drinking water supplies, increasing the risk of waterborne diseases. So flood also affect in our daily lives and in our health. Means flood is indirectly proportional to our health. Means flood having so many effect in our lives. And what are the longer term flood effects? Another effect of flooding may appear later, not now. These includes malnutrition caused by crop loss, and mental health disorder also due to flood, due to stress and flood related problems. And droughts also effect in our health. So globally, digester effects are greatest for drought, and because of their regional extent, which are usually much larger than flood-related reason. So we can see due to lack of water, due to lack of rain, droughts increasing day by day. Another pollutants of concern is particulate matter, also known as particle pollution or PM. Climate change may indirectly affect the concentration of PM pollution in the air by affecting natural or biogenic sources of PM, such as wild freeze and dust from dry soil. So due to droughts, that particle pollution impact our life and uh, increase the risk of asthma. That what is the particulate matter? So particulate matter is a complex mixture of extremely small particles and a liquid droplet. And when we inhale this, they can reach deepest in the region of our lungs. And exposure to particle pollution is linked to a variety of significant health problem. And particle pollution also is the main cause of visibility in the nation's cities and national park. We can see last year and before last year in 2021 and 2020 due to this particulate matter in Delhi. So many days that this no visibility there, haze type of weather. So due to this particulate matter, and due to this matter, it is very difficult to breathe in this type of air, because in air that small particle of dust is there and it will go in our deep region of lungs, and uh, we cannot breathe properly due to this. So this type of cases increase that our lungs problem and increase asthma in senior citizens and in youngsters also. So impact of this climate change and impact of this droughts and impact of this particulate matter, and not only in our elders, not only in our children's, it is now in our youngsters also. In a less age, they are getting that asthma, they are getting lungs related problem, they are getting lungs related disease. And next is poverty, and poverty also brings diseases. So due to this floods, drought, and climate change increase poverty. And where poverty is there, disease is also there. So if dengue moves into a population that hasn't experienced it has no natural immunity, we are going to see more severe disease. That the way we live hermetically scaled in our house with the screens of the window and air conditioning protect us, but what about those who don't live well? The people in trailer park sitting on their pouches surrounded by mosquitoes, they're because they don't have home, they're homeless people. So they are getting more diseases. So poverty also brings diseases. So another additional problems due to this climate change. So according to a paper by Michael et al. In Lancet, so indicate a future increase of 5 to 10% of the number of malnourished people. Means due to this climate change, so in coming year 5 to 10% more people, number of more people, malnourished people will be there, and conflict our food together will migrant and refugees flow likely to result from the wider ranging effect would create additional problem, because due to this flood, due to this droughts, refugees and migrants, people increasing day by day, and due to this food problem also there, and conflict over food will increase day by day due to this. So these are the additional problems due to climate change. So what are the other consequences due to this climate change? Additional effects can increase in infectious disease like malaria, dengue fever, and other yellow fever, hay fever, chikungunya, West Nile virus, and and malnutrition, mental health problem, injuries and violent death from conflict, water related problem, and food related problem. So we are facing in coming years due to this climate change. And this lungs related problem, we already facing this lung related problems, because now air is not so pure, and it is having uh, impurities, and it is going in our lungs, and our lungs becoming affected day by days and becoming weak due to this, and we are getting asthma and other problems. And due to this climate change, heat waves is there, diarrhea, cholera. This is daily problems, but we are not focusing this type of health related problem. So what we have to do, what are the steps we have to take to overcome this type of problems? So we need to uh, to be green our surroundings. We need to be clean our surroundings. We need to plant more and more plants in our areas and in our society, in our communities. And we have to keep clean our areas, because that mosquito related problems is increasing day by day, and we have to use less that pesticides, because we are using more pesticides to kill that mosquitoes and other vectors. And we have to go more towards the organic farming, towards other things. And we have to, because now India also working renewable energy resources, other resources, like now we are working on solar energy, we are working on electric vehicles. So this type of practices, if we will adapt this type of practices, then we can save our community, and we can save our earth, this from climate change. And we cannot say that that health related problem will not come in future. This time of pandemic, now we are facing that COVID-19, this type of pandemic. This type of pandemic will come more and more in future. So we have to be alert, and we have to think another ways to overcome this type of problem. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the participants they can ask?
Yeah. Participants, you can, if you have any queries or a clarification or observations and any comments, you can put in chat box, or you can raise your hand, or you can unmute yourself and speak. If you have any difficulty in unmuting yourself, you can raise your hand, we can unmute you. Yeah, Mary ma'am.
Hi, ma'am.
Hello,
Actually,
ma'am.
it's a very need of our topic, because nowadays we are facing lot of mosquito problem only. So how you should keep your surroundings clean, and the awareness you gave about cleanliness, and overall the session was very informative for me. No doubts, but lot of takeaway. It's every day to day we are facing this problem. No, lot of takeaway, no doubts. Very good presentation, and I learned lot of things, and I jotted down lot of points in my notebook also. So very informative, ma'am, and a lot of knowledge impacted in my career. Then all the best, ma'am, for your next session. All the best for your life. God
Thank
bless
you, ma'am.
you.
Yes, ma'am. That you told about that mosquitoes problem. So I think all over the India, I am talking about the India, everywhere we are facing that mosquito problem. Mosquitoes are increasing day by day, and if we use that mosquitoes killer and other things, they are infected our our body system and our lungs. So uh, we have to weigh out other things also, and we have to go some ayurvedic things to keep away that mosquitoes, and we have to clean our surroundings, and we have to aware people and about this how to get rid of mosquitoes. So this, I think in summer, this is a big problem for us, that mosquitoes, because lot of mosquitoes is there in evening time and in morning time, and in park also, and in another malls also, means everywhere mosquitoes is there. So you are right. Lot of things is there to discuss, but due to less time, uh, I cannot able to put all the things in one session. So I think later on we will discuss on this problem. Thank you, ma'am.
Actually, one more thing, ma'am. Actually, you told now mosquitoes that if you keep the coil now, more smoke is coming, and we are
Yes,
having
ma'am.
aged people are getting the breathing problem because
Yes,
of
ma'am.
this mosquito coil. But machine is better. But if you keep coil in the house now, it lot
Yes,
of
ma'am.
that smell is coming in the house, and it is that so machine is good, but very informative for me. It was like a really mind blowing session. So only I called you second time because it's a very day to day problem now. So for me, lot of knowledge impacted. I jotted on lot of points, ma'am. All the best.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Mary ma'am, and thank you, Professor Garima-ji.
Thank you, sir.
The problem is like we are more focusing on uh, the problems rather than the root causes.
Yes, sir.
So when we address the first why mosquitoes breed, because we have very damp places around and unclean, unhygienic places around, and especially trees, bushes where they are not very well maintained.
Yes,
So
sir.
these are the breeding grounds, and where the water flow is not adequate in drainage, sanitation facilities where there are clogging, and rainwater where there is a lack of proper rainwater harvesting that is happening, or rainwater flow. I mean, the drains are not properly maintained. These are the places, or even our overhead tanks where they are left open without
Yes,
proper
sir.
closing them. So these are the places, and even on our terrace or buildings where we have these shelves now over our windows. So where we use it for shade and also for various other purposes, where we don't clean them properly. So that is the root cause, where these are the breeding places for mosquitoes. So
Yes, sir.
unless and until we keep these places clean within our boundary, within our compound, and apart from that, within our community, within our society, where the open disposal grounds are there, they are properly disinfected with bleaching powder and all other disinfectants regularly, is very much required. So we are having these housing societies, welfare societies. So every road or every colony, every apartment has these societies. So it is, as a society, we also need to take care of our society in the very first place. Anyway, GHMC, or I mean these metropolitan board authorities are there everywhere. Even panchayat, all those. I mean, wherever we fall into. So government bodies are there, but for them also to effectively function, we have to be more proactive. We have to
Yes, sir.
inform them when there is an issue. First, we are the persons who know about it. So our first responsibility is to inform them. Whether they respond or not, that is a different thing. We also sometimes don't respond to our own problems.
Yes.
We are the creators, and we don't even respond to them. So it happens with everyone, because all are human beings at the end of the day. So at times also that happens. So at least first inform to the concerned authorities that this is what happening. So can you do something about it? If there is not no response from them, then we should take up a social drive initiative like Swachh Bharat is what all about, cleaning our premises and keeping it clean. So let's take up a Swachh Bharat drive every day, half an hour or 1 hour, or maybe every weekly once. Let's all contribute together, and let's, with the help of local workers, we can motivate them. We can also take participate with them. We can at least one day we can show gratitude that we are with you, we respect you, we value you, and we can work with them, and we can make them feel that we all are part of one family, and they also don't feel like they are working. They also feel like they are part of the community, and it's also their responsibility to keep the community clean. See, everyone gets paid for our work. Even we are also getting paid, but we don't take that accountability. We don't take that responsibility. Because we don't take that responsibility, we don't feel that responsibility. That's why what we need to do is we have to take responsibility. It is our responsibility. Then automatically what do we do? Then if it is our responsibility, then we are the first responders. We need to respond. We need to involve. We take commitment, and we go ahead, and we just gather around our like-minded friends, and we think about it. Okay, if authorities don't come, then we request workers only. Okay, we will sit with them, we will discuss with them what is the issue. Then we will work out on the solutions. So this is just one issue on which we are discussing. So like that, we should be solution focused rather than problem focused. See, when we focus on problems only, so there will be more problems. When we focus on solutions for the problems, there will be more solutions. We can take the appropriate solution which is feasible, which can be immediately taken up, and which can have less effects or impacts or challenges for us. Maybe short term or medium term or a long term. Based on that, we can do initial SWOT analysis or assessment, and we can take it up. This is kind of approach where community engagement, without community engagement, is very difficult. One person, if you take up, then it will be people will not involve. So he is doing now, she is doing now, let her do. So that's and when he or she stops doing, again the same problem will come. So it is always we have to do, and we have to encourage. We have to build up our team, and we have to share responsibility and make everyone responsible for that. And we can work on various solutions. Maybe this we can take up one solution and try it and see what best can be done. And if that is not working, next time we can try out something else, or we can combine 2-3 solutions and work out on a better solution, mixing up them, and maybe that can suit. There is no one solution for everyone. We have to customize, adapt, and adjust according to our situation, context, locality, prevailing situations, and the people around, the dynamics, and accordingly we have to move around. So this is only possible only with the grassroots level interventions. So we all need to be very aware. See, a lot of things are happening with the COVID, where the entire nature has given us wonderful non-polluted thing, but we all were wearing masks. See, this is an unfortunate situation where abundance of ambience and clean air was available. Nature was giving us without any pollution, but we were unable to take out masks. See, this is what happens, when we are not in collaboration with the nature. So we are not in sync with the nature. So now we are again started back. Now we are, at least we did not realize that we have to stop polluting the environment, and we can use public transport. See, this is common thing that is happening everywhere. Public transport is widely discouraged. So what they are doing, they are disconnecting the services. They are removing the services. Now many villages, they don't have these bus facility because they are not using them, and more of these autos and other vehicles are being used. See, of course, I mean, they have, because running an auto or a small vehicle, running a bus makes a lot of difference, right? In terms of return of investment and capital and the running expenditure. We all need to think about it. We need to work with the department, sit with the RTC, and then we need to come out with solutions. Say if you, maybe there is one time bus service, 2 time, 3 time, or 1 time this metro service, or 2 time, then we need to work out schedules, and it is our responsibility to make that service profitable. If not profitable, at least a viable solution for them, so that it is not discontinued. At least the government is not a profit making body, it is welfare state, welfare body. Then we can at least support that they don't run into losses. So when we are not using those services, they will also be not inclined to further continue it. So we need to see solutions. We need to sit with them. We need to discuss with them. And it is when they are providing, they are coming forward. It's our responsibility to see that we are using them properly. We are utilizing them properly. That will help us to keep our people motivated. And whenever when we respond positively, they will also respond. They will also think, yeah, they are, when we are approaching them, they are supporting us. So it's our responsibility whenever they are approaching to support them. So this is a kind of win-win situation between everyone. So we need to all support each other, work together to combat this climate change, pollution, and then only we can come out with the solutions. Like one example is the classical example we see now, what booster dose. Now we have triple booster for all these mosquito repellents. See, what does the triple booster means? That is 3 times the liquid, the repellent liquid, 3 times it has increased dispensing. What does that mean? 3x, 2x, 1x? It means we were dispensing, say, for example, 10 ml per minute. Now it is 30 ml per minute. That is, it is dispersing. It's just an example, not 10 ml is not actually dispersed, because the entire bottle is of 20 ml or 30 ml. So it comes to 30 days or 45 days, 60 days. So assuming that 1 ml per day, so now we are using 3 ml per day. So you know how much poisonous these chemicals we are inhaling entire night. That is 3 times we have increased, and the mosquitoes have become resistant 3 times more. We have become 3 times more vulnerable to the pesticide pollution, but mosquitoes are happily, they modified themselves and kept them resistant, and they became 3 times immunity boosters against this resistance of pesticide. So this is how nature protects itself, this species, and they evolve. And accordingly, we need to find solutions, sustainable solutions, where we can coexist, like maintaining the environment so that both thrive to limited these things. And at the same time, we need to go with the organic things. Like there are various other practices. We can keep like herbal, using cow dung and other thing. We can have eco-friendly, like lemongrass, and there are various other things. We can go for eco-friendly products where there is no smokeless, even we have smokeless incense sticks. We have aroma-based natural incense or fragrance where it can repel the mosquitoes. So we need to find alternative things. Otherwise, what happens? Even soon we will have a 4x or 5x dose mosquito repellent also. So that is making more vulnerable to us, and in fact that is causing more of asthma, bronchitis, all respiratory problems. Now what we have to do, we are installing air purifiers. Again that also releases ions and whatnot. So again this due to heat, this again this temperature is warming up, and we are using ACs, and for that also temperature is getting, though internal temperature is decreasing, but what is happening with that AC external, the hot air is being dispersed outside. So again it is increasing the external temperature. So all these are interdependent. Every activity we take up is impacting environment. That again is impacting us. This is what we have to be conscious. We think that maybe this might not impact, but every activity we have to take up consciously, so that every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So we need to understand what kind of reaction it is going to give. Accordingly, we need to adopt sustainable practices that promotes healthy planet, healthy environment, that will give us our holistic health. So that is what we need to focus. Anyway, we have a lot of sessions daily also. We have 2 hours maximum session also. We can take up one topic and we can discuss in all aspects, scientific, technical, sociological, economical, all aspects we can take it up very specifically also. Thank you once again, Professor Garimaji. You have very well presented. And once again, we thank you for joining us and disseminating wonderful information on this session.
Thank
There's
you,
a lot
sir.
of appreciation also in the chat box. So from the participants,
Thank you, sir.
we have Christina from Africa, Nigeria. So
Yes.
let's take comments from her. Yeah, Christina. Might be some technical problem.
Thank you, sir. I agreed. What you told, I agreed. All things, because you told that we are not focusing the solution. We are focusing on the problem. So I'm absolutely agree with you. We are talking about the problem, but we are not talking about the solution. And always we are blaming others, that government is not doing this, but we are not focusing us, that what we are doing to clean our surroundings, and what we are doing to clean other things. So we have to do by own. We have to encourage others also, and we have to start by ourselves. Then only we can encourage other people, because we are telling that this people is not doing good, this people is not doing good, but we have to focus ourselves first. And thank you very much, sir. You are doing a wonderful job, and this that you are spreading so much awareness about this topic, that climate change and that peace and everything. So thank you very much, sir, to giving me such opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. All the participants are requested to attend to the feedback. Feedback has been raised for the first session. You can leave your feedback. If you have any questions, you can immediately unmute or raise your hand. If it wasn't unanswered, we can immediately take up before everyone fills the feedback form. Someone answered yes. If you have queries, you can just raise your hand or put in chat box. You can put your query in chat box, or you can raise your hand. Okay. So there is one more compliment after poll. Very good session. Yeah, all the participants are requested to give feedback for each session quickly. The feedback will be on for 1 or 2 minutes maximum. So immediately respond to the feedback. This is very important for the certificate. Every session will be having feedback and you need to attend all the sessions to get participation certificate. Only 7 attended till now. Everyone quickly attend to the feedback form raised in the Zoom platform. There is no feedback link now. Already feedback form has been raised in the Zoom platform. Kindly fill the feedback form in the Zoom platform itself. There is no separate link. We will be closing the feedback form in 30 seconds. Kindly fill up the feedback form. We have another 20 seconds to fill up the feedback form. Participants kindly attend to the poll. Feedback form has been raised through polls. So we are closing the feedback form in 10 seconds. 50% of the participants did not fill the feedback form. We are giving you another 10 seconds. Kindly attend to the feedback form. Feedback form is mandatory for receiving certificate and for attendance. Okay, we'll be closing in 10 seconds. So thank you for your feedback. Thank you, Garima ji, once again for joining back. You can see the feedback visible for everyone.
Yes, sir.
So we can also improve on that accordingly as per the responses. Thank you once again. So you can close the poll window and we will move on to our next speaker.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, once again for joining us on behalf of Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and also Sri Research Institute and Center for Arts and Sciences and Wellbeing. As per your convenience, you can continue or you may leave as per your convenience.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah. So we shall, after listening to the wonderful session on climate change and health, we will move on to our next speaker. We have with us Ravichandran ji, Principal Consultant, HRM, Mapper Consulting Co. He is currently employed in Ministry of Defense, and he has around 4 decades of 40 years of experience in HR in various sectors, IT management, and other various sectors. And he is working with various government departments in licensing and recruitment. So we welcome you, Ravichandran ji, to take over for your session on HR process, resume CV building, and employability skills. So all the participants are requested to be ready with your resumes, materials required for preparing the resumes. So initially we will be having a brief theoretical session, after which Ravichandran ji will be guiding you on how to prepare the resume. So over to you, Ravichandran ji. Welcome you once again.
Good afternoon to all of you. Can you able to hear my Dr. Ravindra?
Yeah, you can start your PPT presentation. Your video is visible, audio. You can increase your audio volume if possible. Max.
As such, just hold on. I'm coming to the screen view because I was not able to view when you were giving a call.
Now you can share.
Can you able to view my screen?
Yeah, it's visible. You can make it full screen. Next to percentage, you can see the last icon, next to percentage. Not there. Here. This third icon, there is an this projector icon, projector screen icon down next to 100%.
Yeah.
Left side. You don't drag that. You have an icon, not that Ravichandran ji. Next to 100%, make it 100%. Or you can just click on that next last button. It will automatically adjust. And come this side. This side also we have buttons, na?
Yeah. These are slides.
You click on that button. Yes, right. So now it's full screen. You can continue.
In the meantime, I want to see the left side to have my slides. Pulling them up. Like
both your video is visible. Your slides are visible. You can use arrow keys. There are left, right, up, down arrow keys.
But at the same time, I want to have certain slides like on the left side. I want to keep those more than numbers of CVs I have. So my intention was to keep that also little ready on the left side. Sometime I want to skip to another slide. That is why I'm trying to.
So what happens is the screen becomes very small. The participant might not be able to see.
Oh, well, okay. In that case, I can't keep that slide open.
Okay, you can do one thing. You can go back to slideshow mode. Slide sorter mode.
Slide sorter model. That's what here.
Very small.
This way.
This is.
Here I will pull little larger. This is fine. Is this?
What happens is you need to adjust for every slide. That will cause you.
No, it won't happen like this. I hope so. Let me see. And again.
Okay, you can continue as per your convenience. Nice.
Just quickly, I'll start with it. Otherwise, I want to
So
see
when you
the.
keep adjusting, some slides have the small content, some slides have a bigger content. So you need to adjust for every slide that will put on stress for you.
Yes, sure, correct. No, little, a certain small minor correction is somewhat expected. Otherwise, screen to is this fine now? It's visible. Most of the CV, the profile.
Yeah, it's visible. You can continue.
Yeah, I will. Even little larger, I will increase. That's not a problem. Yes.
So maximum time you have is up to 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock, exactly we are starting
Yes,
panel
that's
discussion.
what I also take things a little lighter and make everybody to comfort.
Yeah.
And now one to the other speaker, let them take a few minutes deeper think. What are they going to look at me and what they
You
are
have
going to
almost
listen to?
1 hour 20 minutes with you.
Well, good evening, Dr. Ravindra and all our team participants, members, all our full of several people's work in the curtain behind on Dr. Ravindra's, establishing this this sustainable energy for upgrading to our mind, innovatively connecting to uh, the new learning process. Though the subject could be very similar, many of the people I know just qualified, even the basic graduate people are not eager to hear my speeches. When I said that, why don't you go and listen what we are going to speak? Not alone me, there are several doctors, there are a lot of philanthropy, subject-oriented people have come talking about some contents subject to you, non-subjective to you. This is a more symbolic way of having the services with no any benefits. But many people in Chennai, boys are more interpreting to their own knowledges with us and say that I'm very okay, I'm very much fine. And here I'm at last looking at few participants of us. How much participants are there, Dr. Ravindra sir? How much of them are now? I'm unable to view that number actually. That's why I'm asking you. Well, Dr. Ravindra sir?
Yes, sir. We have around 30 as of now. They will be
Yes.
joining, leaving. So don't worry about them.
Not an issue.
Yeah,
Just
please
the
continue.
numbers are not important. At the same time,
And it is
the
also
people.
live streaming on YouTube and at
Yes.
other embedded locations. So there also we have participants.
Okay.
So
Good. Well, sir. See, as such, the boys, they are keen to look for a job. The common availability in the domain everywhere. How getting into a job, everybody is practiced. No deny about it, or they are a little conversant of how to approach a job and going to the portal, going to the place to place or whatever. No, mostly the portal availability and the ocean of networking available, especially on the portal job port. So they look around, get along, and quickly update their bio CV, their resume, biodata, whatever the name form. They forward it in a group format and expect the call to come. Yes, no, we call it by looking for a job, but how we are landing up, we are in kind of pitching a place and trying ourselves in this kind of format where massive crowds for every requirement, even the qualified doctors, professions, MBBS, MD, MCH, physiotherapy and dermatology, and several fields we have come across. Many of them are having splendid the profile, they have it in hand. But when they go into the common look around for a job, they find their own replica of figures, the personalities, availabilities. Commonly, everybody having it. So that little, the crowd increases. How we are going to perform becomes a little questionable to every one of their mind today. Though they feel highly dynamic because of their education passed out, everything was really impressing them, but they were not really planned to become the employee from the student's life. Students always have their dynamic mind, enterprising skill understood, qualified CGPA rating, percentage of marks, everything achieved. But at last they are landing up in such a big crowd. Everybody is similar to him. The yellow shirt wearing the other yellow shirt, the blue is the other blue. With the similarity of many of you, your own face. How are you going to perform in the middle of this ocean? There the question arrives, we somewhat, move our crisscross knowledge. So that's why we call it, why do we need? Why do we need a CV? The CV, everyone carries, everybody forwards, everybody states about it. But let me tell you, 20 seconds takes for one CV get shortlisted by HR department. Even for the common, the individual core practitioner in HR, not alone HR, even the basic graduate qualified HR person who have seen 100 CVs, he felt quite impressive on enterprising of his own knowledge and deciding this CV is shortlisted, the other CV is not shortlisted. So he's clubbing the best CV not selected. The best not maybe is getting shortlisted, called for first level call. So do understand we fall in the crowd, losing our mind, expectation the moment the call does not arrive. So let me tell you the importance is, this is the skill. Dr. Sir, hope the slides are quite visible because everyone must read.
Yes,
That's
Ravichandran.
great, sir. Great going. The most important, what you achieved, what did you do in your studies, what did you do along with the curriculum of education and the career objective to correlate to your employer. The employer is not your college. The employer is not your college. They are not going to admit you as a student. They are going to take you as an admission for you, not job application form. We need to be handed over quite specifically how you are going to become a contributor to the business achievement. Either you go to the NGO organization or you go to the charity, you go to the hospitality industry, you show your smile face in a bigger way, carrying your fingers in a very strong and trustworthy everything. At last, how we are going to share the business volume increasing? So your career objects need to be very strong enough to touch upon their food, not food alone, their mind, not mind alone, not. At last, you should always reach into their pocket of CV shortlisted first. This is the place first entering into entry of your biodata. So that is why, though I'm going to give you a common points, which is everybody knows, my intention is to put you, make this start from the beginning, understanding what did I say. Anybody in the middle would like to raise a question to me, no deny, please ask a question. Somewhat every 5-10 minutes, I want to give a time to audience, viewers, because it makes them to crack their own intention of raising a question. Dr. Ravindra sir may support, but at last, if you feel still noted point and come back We will discuss in our question answer session. Okay. This is a common. On top of it, you write your CV, curriculum, whatever. I will explain you what is curriculum vitae and what is resume. But I want to say start with name, date of birth, mobile numbers, everything in a highly visible. Skill set, make it very clear, transparent, should make strong assessment about you, saying, yes, I'm a self-starter, dedicated person, connected with my academic background of curriculum, this much of years of experience. I have handled a basic small team members of my own students along. My juniors joined with me on certain projects during my education tenure. Make it more grabbing, capturing. No, you know, to be a catch holder of a situation. Though it shows too much of talk from my side, but the problem, we need to exactly state about what we are seeing, what they are expecting. The job description is need to be in hand and should hand over the specific application. Everybody forms a CV and forward to everyone and expect the call from everybody. Each individual company should call him, but he's in the CV in a common form. Do understand? You get into the shoe of the position, the person in HR, all the HR departments of the companies get into me of mine. Do. Is this possible? No. Make your CV, connect to the description, go next to next, giving the skill set clearly defined. Yes, this is this company. This is for Y company. This is for Z company. Why X, Y, Z, I say? Each company has got their own needs. Suddenly you need to change your biodata for just few minutes of time and the CV should be rolled out. That way. Great. Now, next, qualification of standard. No way. So there are all coming up points. Commonly we can put it across. So let me tell you, I am assuring you the great point, the success point, your CV is getting shortlisted the moment you mention your skill set, strongly mentioned, not simply strongly. Qualification, go with the chronological order. It means start the graduation or PG on top, 10th standard on the last. 10th standard on the last, number 5. Number 1 is your PG, UG, doctorate. Anything as of the latest should be on topmost. Yes. Make it very clear. There is a gap in middle of job. No worry, nothing to bother about. It's a quite common. Everybody of our people, you and me, the entire universal was washing our hands during the period of COVID, Corona. We all were kept our hands very, very hygienic. But our mental strength, our family's life, our education life, all got into mostly into ICU, intensive care unit, where we were all thrown into hospital. We all were in intensive care unit. So do understand, these are the time we are passing through the COVID later, unless you make yourself little energetic, things will go little dicey. There are several people, taking their own life dicey happened in 3 years. They are somewhat little habituated to accept that dicey itself is comfortable to life. You won't believe there is in China website called www.lyingonbed.com. Lyingidle.com. It was quite laughter to understand the humor part of explaining you things. Lying idle.com. Why I say do these all? To make you to open your field, make you comfortable. It's a universal problem we went across during this period, and this is the kind of problem we come across World War II, World War One, and we all come across a similar way of life. Miserable death happened in family, siblings, all whatnot during the period of 1978 in India. Tuberculosis had eaten up our families, many of them more than in lakhs. The same tuberculosis taken many of our families, you may not be not even born. I was only hardly 3 years old. Those times, many of the families lost their families, children, parents, mother, grandfather, many, like COVID. There was no social media. We need to talk about, think about. We were all going. There was no repercussion in the world. Nothing happened. Today, the social media made us into biggest understanding of our knowledge sharing like a world universal Olympic game. On the right side, with Russia won 85 medal, USA won 82 medals, India won 3 copper. Likewise, we talk about similar way the COVID were running on the newspaper, showing every day. Today, death rate in US, today the rate in Russia, today the death rate in Kerala and Tamil Nadu, and classified. People were tend to see the death happening towards. So the COVID made us one day strike. Dharna happens in India. We all were fighting on roads before starting the dharna. But today, the country was slept for continuously, months together, year together. We were not happen to think of to just catch hold of our breath and life. That's it. That was the reason we accepted this social life, all the impact, lived with Corona, and drastically economy went wrong, unable to get qualified people to get on job, campus interview closed. Many of the passed out students were in the biggest tragedy of understanding their own middle of employment. All I'm putting it, but I want to take you surprising note how we are going to run up now. Okay. Again, coming back to CV formulation design, though I am talking little away from the topic, again immediately pulling you to into skill set of the CV, how to be meant to make you to come on my line. That's it. Again, skill set, make it very strong. Speaking of mother tongue, languages, all better mention it in your skill set itself. This is another way of giving a CV. Exactly read out the JD of the company, what did they ask in Naukri.com, Monster, any of the websites. Employment websites are huge nowadays. Mention it very powerfully in a better language, but careful, the language is important. This would be the momentum. You will land up in an interview hall, the place where you will sit as a blue shirt man. Blue shirt means little lesser than the overcoat wearing person. He is quite smart enough sitting in front of you, maybe not visible on screen, but at last you are sitting over there, and the blue overcoated man will look at you and look at your face, and he will raise all the questions to you. Whatever knowledge he is carrying, whatever understanding he has got over a period of years experience, he is going to cross check with you. Hope you got it what I am telling you. He is going to check his own abilities to you. How tremendous pressure in the market today, please understand, students. The one who sits going to cross-check about his own knowledge to you, and you are good to him, then you are his subordinate. You are his subordinate. The moment you are selected, the knowledge is going to crisscross with you. So why I'm saying is this is a kind of tremendous pressure on the recruitment domain. Though there are many number of play cards available on the website, internet, press, cuttings, even on the retail, big showroom shops, wanted accountant, wanted a customer care, wanted many requirements. Why? So availability on the road, when you walk in, you see it. But application filling, all things were a little more populated. So think over, please, do think. This is the one jargon, simple question asked in the interview hall. You all people already would have come across. If not, so anyway, I'm going to put in the same statement to you. Everyone, 10 out of 9 people raise the question. But you know, there are a lot of senior people who do not raise this question. They allow you to talk, finding your way of communication. Tell me about yourself. It's a common question raised. So, little be prepared. I will talk about, tell me about yourself little later. In the middle, again, I'm coming back to your structure elements in the CV. What should be mentioned? What should not be mentioned? Do's, resume. Don'ts, resume. Don't do in the resume and don't do on the resume. How to avoid errors? Proofread. Because we go back to again and again on CV building. I want to stick on to that area for a few more minutes, then come back, gradually move into the other ladder of subject understanding of 3 different dimensions. Will make you understand one to the other is connected. So proofreading, resume making, resume how not to be made. These all we are going across. Okay, this is a one different kind of form. Anybody wants to take a snapshot of this? Screen image photograph, please print screen, take it, take your time. I hope people are carrying a pencil, paper in hand. I'm reminding you, please write it. I'll leave time to you. Just ask for, you show your hand, talk to Ravindra sir, he will provide it because you are going to note certain things. Everybody is okay? No problem. I'll move to the next. Okay. Again, building the CV to sustain your self-design. These are the basic jargons. Commonly, everybody uses. It becomes battage. That means sabotage. Addicted to these words. So, be a little careful. Don't use these kind of words. Passionate. Don't put passionate to your employment. Commitment instead of passionate. Passionate is little. No, you are lovely looking for a job. Otherwise, you don't look for kind. Not necessary. Commitment. Put a committing words. So jargons always remove, because most of the biodata are written like this. I'm a team player. If you are a team player, don't mention a team player. Write the reason of your team player. You say I handled 3 people of my junior, 3 people of my subordinates, or I report to 2, 3 different managers. 3 different managers reported. You mean you reported to 3 different managers. So that all carries your bandwidth of knowledge, not alone, understanding, not alone, your sharing attitude of mind, communication, all were stronger. That is the reason. Mention whatever you have done in your job is quite common, but what you did as a different format, you mentioned it with a clear points. That is why I want to say this. Don't say simply team player. Give the reasons, put the words, any testimonials, certificates given to you. Say those state certificates received. That's nothing else. Okay. Little philosophically or psychologically to understand what is career objective. Career objective. Go behind your understanding of your own mind. Understand your own mind. Who am I? Who am? What should I do? How I want to be? How can I reach? How to reason core yourself. Put a clear point. I am the successful result giver if I am getting selected to the organization. Make this point much transparent, will ensure you are grabbing the word by I will become a successful if I get on the board of your employer. Deal like it. Your deal need to be like this. Let me tell you, your communication need to be little gradually taking up subject to the person who is looking at you and allowing you to speak. I'm not alone talking the CV building alone. I'm also allowing you to go to the next level CV shortlisted. The boys who are sitting in front of me, girls who are sitting in front of me, most of them looking for a job. I am assuring you, 35 of them got shortlisted and sitting for an interview. Now you feel it. Feel it like this. Feel it. Feel factor is quite important in the current scenario. So that's why I say, grab the attention of you are in the interview hall. You are shortlisted. This momentum only will listen to you to go to my next understanding of what you are going to listen to me. Again, talk, the time permits. Tell me about yourself. Exactly pinpoint the job description here. Sir, I was doing this. By the way, my name is Ravi Chandran. I am quite conversant in dealing with this specific job, subject to reasons, blah blah, and I would like to receive next some more level of interview discussions and give more in-depth detail about me, subject to time permits. So you quickly run like this. So this is mechanism of understanding, making bridging between. So no, it's a machinery. We are all are no, we all are like a machinery methods are model. We are modulated to know mechanism of life. I don't want to talk in a more psychological sense to make you to go to the out of topic, but we are mechanized model. As a fresher, you please understand the mechanism is quite touching on everywhere, not alone here. Even the olden history golden history or old day history also mechanized. 1500 years behind the human science that started with the science model alone. So, no, those are different path of talk. But I want to tell you why here is meaning to you. You are making, connecting to the individual man in front of you sitting to make exactly connected and the way what is expected in this life. The one who is sitting in front of you decides that you are a jigsaw game player. Jigsaw, the dices are not actually connected, and he is the one sitting in front of you is perfectly connected, wanting to take you. So this is the motto of making the cubes are well connected between the one and the other. These are the process management in CV shortlisting kind. Though you are in the middle of job description, writing CVs, making ready how to, I'm taking you to the next stage where how you're going to get shortlisted. But at last you will make the CV quickly, I know. So CV form next I have taken. Yes, again, the CV should be made keywords. Where keywords, anybody knows, they can say, or else I'll quickly go and you can show, yes, I know. You write it on the comment of our comments. Please write, I know it, I know. You type it. I know keywords mean you write, I know keywords. In the computer, when you look for a job, there is a keywords mentioned. Any of them know keywords? Write it. I know keywords. Catch the keywords. Take the copycat of those keywords. Copycat. Copycat means simply the word, capture it carefully. Write it on the CV of your own keywords in the job description. Your CV is getting shortlisted. Use action verbs. Action verbs. I'll explain. What is action verb? Make the CV, writing it in only the specific characters, font size, no color papers, no photos, not like a presentation. Don't do that mistake kind. You are not going for a PPT presentator. You are only going to give a official application form of employment. Look out, seeking. Make very disciplined way of only these are the fonts you should use. No one else. Otherwise, it will make like an informal letter. It will make casual. Don't put any casual in your biodata. It shows something disrespect to employer. You disrespect them. This is what the employer believes, Okay, now action verbs. Hope everybody is following me. Dr. Ravindra sir, can things are going well?
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Yes, yes, sorry, it's something.
Completed that slide?
Yeah, I no, not completed. I'm just quickly running with.
Seeing the view. Yeah.
Got it? Got it?
Yes.
Sure. Well, now, no, this is the action verbs. This action verbs, as I said, it's a very surprising point. Everybody will know. Anybody is already doing this practice, it's a very welcome appreciating. But I know several may not be having this kind of practice. Don't write, I was handling, I was addressing, I was doing, I was a participant. No, don't mention the statement likewise. Straight away put the word by I handled, I address on the floor, I address on the stage. Action verb should carry exact impact to the interviewer. Impressive, very decisive word it is. This is why that is the key reason I have mentioned as action verbs, nothing else. You could be doing it already, but I put it in the exact meaningful way. That's it. Okay. As I said, don't use color paper, jargon, slangs, negative information. There are people go in the interview hall say that, sir, the company turned around. The company was in loss. I got into here. The company did not perform in the business. That is the reason I'm in front of. Don't try to do this, please. This will catch the fever to them. They themselves could be in the similar impact or whatever, whatnot. Don't catch these statements. The company was not performing. The manager was not good. Or the salary was not sufficient. Or I'm not liking the reasons of whatever. You can straight away say that I'm progressively looking for an alternative to make my little strengthen on my profile since I spent some years in this place. People, many of them leaving jobs 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. I assure you, you are in employment may not be the right time to look for. You are a fresher. When you look for it, give a clear commitment. I can work minimum 2 years, 3 years down the line without any without any subject concern. I will be committed to for minimum 3 years. Put a word like this. This carry your images, your working, your brand is accepted. The brand and the candidate, assuming Ravichandran is the brand, should sell very carefully to give a commitment. These are the professional ethics should followed by the voice who is going to create CV today. Don't feel that as an academic you pass through, you get a job because you are well qualified, got it, and just job for per mind. You go every second year moving to another job. So don't carry this kind of lifestyle living for minimum, giving a commitment mind you go with it. There are several people make simply a mistake on the biodata. See, resume. Mistakes are so common, spell mistake, comma putting, double quote fixing, hyphen, colon, semicolon, bullet points, unimportant mentioned, importance are not properly mentioned. No, bullet points are quite impressing, reachable. See, let me eat mother. Let me eat mother. There is a statement. Let me eat mother. It's English language. There is a mistake happen. It carries a total meaning is different. You just understand. Let me eat mother. Mother, let me complete my food. You say, let me eat mother. You will eat your mother. Okay. So, anything you want to cross verify with me on the discussions, please mention it. I will go with it next. Okay, good. See, I'll go to the next slide, which all goes with the highest positive note to all of you. Bridging between employment to employment, you are not good at time and you lost the job, giving the things. Mention your advantages, whatever happened in the middle of time. You mentioned I was doing this, I was enterprising, I was going to the NGO offices, I was going to the social welfare communities, I went to the old senior citizen homes, I went across some cities to understand job possibilities or whatever. No, sorry, may not be a travel to city, but you visited some rehabilitation centers. No, like or you visited something related to hospital subjects, anything. You occupy your mind. Yes, actually you did it so good. You could have not had any impact on this post-COVID, but make yourself. I was writing, I was doing a drawing works, I was watching very important motivational speeches. Why not to talk about in the interview hall during that period of no off time? Mention about it, no worry. Going back little more general topic, our employment of India has got its own repercussions. Having 60% are unorganized sector employees. Please read the slide. I'm giving little time to you. Imagine it. How slow, how drastical missing of employment got into trouble. This was the climate we all went across. This is the current climate, still not, we are totally restored, not recovered. It's going to take time. Okay, see how surprising this no, one slide. It's a very joke apart. You will really enjoy this slide. You look at it. You could have seen it, I don't know. If you have seen it, I think you are tremendously trying to understand the generation gaps. But you look at this slide, very surprising, shocking, likening slide to you. Generation, how we all pass through. The one you have come across, it's not a unique in this world. This unique has happened more than several times in our life. So this is the life generation of today. I know there are people sitting in front of me, 25, 28 aged, or 35 to 45 aged, or 50 and above, or whoever may be no understanding of these concepts, what all not. This is the generation. Yeah. So you will be speed up subject to this. I know, I'm very sure you all people are sitting in front of me is generation Y, Zoomers, generation Z, and Alpha model. You all are here. You are very speed. Your speed is can be seen on the fingers today, not on the playing crickets. Your speed can be seen on the fingers today on the mobile phone and digital technologies. You run on the screen to screen in a speedest way and explain things to faster and faster. In my age, we landed up in computer environment only after my 24, 50, 25 age. But today, even the child touches the screen very fast, move fast, take the files out, copying, pasting, everything. I want to run this video, sir. Now understand how we are into new version. Do all of them are ready to view this video, Dr. Ravi? Sir?
You can enable sound, otherwise it's fine.
No, I'm enabling it. Let me quickly do it. It was already enabled. Why it is going all the time again and again going to this? No, it's very important.
Now it's coming.
It's coming? No, I'm just switching on the video. Yet to start. If not, the audio is clear, you immediately tell me. I'll go to. Is audible? Audio is enabled, sir? Audio is running, right? I admit that. Okay.
I don't hear. Maybe the volume is too low or
Audible?
share sounds in options.
Audio is not audible.
It's okay, fine, let it continue.
Sir, audio is quite important.
Time constraint is also there. Then just go to the share screen.
1 minute. That's what 1 minute. I'm really sorry holding the screen, sir. I'll go to the
in settings. There is an option to share computer sound or system sound. You can click on
sound is connected. I think there is one tick need to be given there, it seems. I found out that.
Okay, no issue, sir. Let it play.
Why every time, even the last time also I made the enable. Again and again, the sound makes more zoom. Where to go, sir? Controls? Where to go, sir?
No, in the meeting controls, you will have that option. The last three dots will be there. If you click on that, there will be an option to share system sound or computer sound. You have to click on that.
We comfortably go with it. No, even it takes little time. Let's make a picturizing this
Option version, that the terminology may change slightly.
Why it's not opening? I'm trying to open it. Meeting control is not getting opened up.
Okay, no issue. You can continue it.
No, don't take.
Our other topics as well.
No, even there are.
That also doesn't matter. Let's focus on CV building because we have just half an hour left.
Okay.
And we need to give some time for the participants also to present their CV. Otherwise, we have to take up in the last session.
Be open.
Staying fit before. Now.
Audio is clear now?
Yeah, now it's audible.
That is.
Shopping before. Now. Seeing the doctor. Before. Now. In In a life marred by newfound inconveniences and loneliness, internet-powered services have come to the rescue. But still, there are some unexpected troubles. The daily commutes have been restricted, but boundaries between work and life have blurred, and achieving a work-life balance has become difficult. Life now revolves around online shopping and food deliveries, which were supposed to be contributing to a low-carbon lifestyle, but ended up generating tons of packaging waste. Although telemedicine has curbed the risk of getting infected by coronavirus by reducing face-to-face contact, the elderly are still struggling to get a hang of the digital world. But one should still be optimistic. As the saying goes, never waste a good crisis. The COVID-19 crisis offers us a chance to adapt and evolve as we try to conform to a new lifestyle, while reflecting on the deficiencies of our current lives.
Quickly, I'll go. Why did I run this video? To make our little positive sense to go with how to proceed further in this. There is a lady who is dancing on the idle, isolated road. This is all very important. We all came across during this period. One or the other would have certainly happened in our life. So make sure we all were passed through. We are completing this period, going to the next level. I'll go to this something interesting more now because this is the last slide on presentation of your CV and little practice on your mental strength to core up, connect with the period. This is a very important 5 simple steps I'm giving you to practice. Read it out. Quite carefully read this point and take points, 5 steps you can follow this and go with it. Read for minimum time of amount for a day, some new things. Go with a little body exercise, transforming your mind, body, connect, sense of willingness. Courage does not mean you are not afraid. Courage means all the way across you are trying to complete by any way. Take some role model. It's always important, I would suggest, because sometimes life is made of lot of puppy cat as the initial way, but later stage you will have your own going goals. So have little role model in life. Follow their difficulties, times they have come across. Try to learn something out of it. And that is where I want to complete my CV building process management. Now, I want to go with few more important phenomenal points on sustaining how to become is after that time. Sorry. This is little characteristics understanding on. Look at the saving. The information I'm giving you. Read out for your own time. Okay. Selective perception. Our mind, though I have given you a CV building, now I'm coming with a little different understanding your own mind. Many of them are feeling themselves, whatever they do is right. Whatever I do is correct. There is no deny about it. One cannot even question it. This is the age we all stick upon without understanding the other side of the reality. The reality bites in its own way, but our mind does not carry the bite, and we will leave it like a mosquito, unable to hold off. So perception is quite important. See, I want to have one quick study on this. So your understanding of perception, I want to tell you simply, very simple in format of explain. The boy stood on the road wearing a shoe of one leg, wearing a shoe one leg, other barefoot. Take it as a beggar or whatever, he was wearing only one shoe in his leg. So what naturally we will raise a question to him, in case we tend to raise a question, we would ask him, what happened to the other shoe? Since he is wearing only one shoe, what happened to the other shoe? We will raise a question. What could be the answer you thought? Okay. What he said was, I found out only one pair of shoes. See, the perception, why I point it out like this in a little, totally different form of explaining things to you being. The open hall, if I raise a question, I would have left little time to you to give an answer. But I'm quickly raising the question, quickly putting the answer to you without even minding your mind. This is all called halo effect, the boy said. Similarly, there is a man standing with a very smart, modest way near to the yeah, Mercedes Benz car, and he wants to drive off in the next few minutes. There were some boys who were little impressed about him. He's a very rich man, and the way he appears, the way he's wearing glasses, the way he looks, the dress code, everything. He's a very rich man in the very young life, and the appearance was so quite impressive. Everybody was astonished, how it, such a big man standing over. And one of the boys went near to him. Sir, may I know whom you are? I would like to know your name, where you come from. Where you come from? I never seen you in this city. No, very first time I'm looking at you. To for his anxiety or something to become a close friend of him, like mind boy, went to him and said this question. What could be the answer? Whatever you felt. The way he appears is the very rich man. Because he's wearing a Rolls Royce car and the personality, the skin features made him rich man. But what he said, sorry, I'm not able to talk to you now. My boss has come and the car driver. He said, and he vanished off next moment. So see the perception, how it works really. Hope you got it. The perception always sounds in a very drastically in opposite form of answer. We go with it and we live with it, all wrong happening from our side, but without knowing what we did so. So again, I want to show a little video image and make you find it a little faster. Well enough. All of them took this video image. I want to just comment on how the perception worked to the individual, the man, the individual, the puppy, and the individual hare. All were having their own minds, all were having their own theory of understanding. But when they look at the reality, all they themselves found out it is their mistakes committed. It's an error. It's what the man is the best from his own side. He was stopping the dog to create any sound. The puppy was on his own perception mind to become a rightful to his boss. At last, all found out their own and mutually connected. Finally, their mind have become tuned to the need of the situation only after realizing. So the reality is totally different than the mind. What did you do? Sometimes your mind, what you come across, will only give the experience of explaining 1 year later, 2 years later, 1 month later, 2 months later, whatever period or not, you find out yourself that your impression made by period of time was at last successfully wrong. So be careful looking for this kind of situation, analyze it carefully. Whatever you do, analyze it. Take time, quickly go. If your CV looking out for a job does not match you, the determination what you have it in mind may not be necessary to connect to the studied subjects. You have a room of another thinking to go with another kind of job lookout for also. Because some people have basically qualified. So that is why I also touch upon CV building later stage of sustaining yourself into connecting to the your next level of interest. So the decision is quite important. In a gradual later period, you will start understanding. So that is quite interesting. No, I want to explain. Now there are several industries I want to explain in general form. This was the recession we have come across. These are the industries have come up in a bigger way in the last sometime sooner or later. Look at these kind of industries, look for selected jobs, apart from wherever, whatever interest, anything need to be guidance required. Dr. Ravindra is always available, myself available over the phone, communication, email, correspondences, the way you feel it. We are available to support you and honor our services. So that's why I said, create your own opportunities sometime. So that's quite interesting. I want to complete this way by giving a fun, happily live, learn, meaningful living in first, rather hunting for things. Hunting sometimes does not work. It's a part and parcel of life everywhere. We don't get what we want. We get whatever we get and we feel that successful, then you pull down the success of other. Don't try to steal the joy of other. So don't be worried. You live with the situation, whatever is passing through you, and go with it. And I'm sure you're sufficient enough to strengthen your mind, body, physical reason, everything. And you'll go next level of understanding and getting a job. So I want to quickly go with a few more and complete it in the next 10 minutes. Selected perception, interest, all kind. So this is one important slide I want to show you. Now look at it. Any meaning? I would explain. Don't fall in the decisions made by traditional form. Don't go with it. Many people believe the biodata should be in this format. Application should be in this format. I know there are several colleges when they give their own application form. You need to fill it up in the similar format. That is different. That is pre-employment application form. That is called a pre-employment application form. I'm not talking about that. I'm only talking about your CV should be made up in the format of your own style with the common platform. So that is the place where you will sustain and get into achievement of CV shortlist. Little difference between one to the other. I'll go to the next slide. See, this is a very interesting here. Certain perception, evaluation of the characteristic that affects by the comparison. We go with a lot of comparison. No, each have got our own characteristics and knowledge. No, our designs are made on the basis of our lifestyle, paternities, maternities relation, no, correspondences between the social life and the college life, academical period. All along people have come across generally getting pulled up in the employment research area. So don't think why I am not such a why I am not in this format. So that is called the stereotype. Don't go with this. You try your own belongingness, catch hold of your own knowledge of interest. Accordingly, look at with your mind study. Quickly, not in a gradual way, accept and make more decision making subject to your employment research. Looking out for better opportunities in the market. Assumptions of rational model. Find out your problem. No options. Clear preference. Constant preference understanding. It's not more related to the cost way. No, something like. There are people always look for brands. Many of the boys, girls wanting to go even in the NGOs, medical hospitals, bigger clinicals, service providers, biggest NGO employees. They want to be in the big brand names. They don't know what they themselves is a brand. Assuming Ravichandran is the employment lookout, if Ravichandran keeps going for employment lookout only on the name conscious of the brand, then he misses out himself. Maybe the age is different. I may talk about, but at last I'm telling you in the initial run itself, look for yourself. Not look for the employer all the way across what their brand is. You no need to necessarily wear the brand of only such kind and you wear a Lee jeans only. I wear only Adidas shoes. And you are carrying the image of their photos on your shirts, pants, dresses. At last you are branding them, you are promoting them. And you become a promotional manager for them. So don't try. I would only look for TCS. I would only look for CTS. And I would only look for Polaris. There the NGO organizations are there. I know Wipro company has got a big NGO operations. Many of the people I know when I go for the various workshops, sir, how to get a job in there? I know before I go, I will find out which are the big institutions available. When the moment I go, after 1 hour of discussion, they will ask me, sir, how to enter into the employment there? There are various systems available for freshers to get paid reasonably well along to cope, connect and get connected to the employment period. They don't care about it. They don't even feel about it. They don't even search about it. They don't even, the employer does not release advertisement on often and often in papers or internet media. So be careful, look for the job which is quite meaningful for some years minimum. Then it's your decision to grow bigger brand companies, bounding with the national new responsibilities. So that is why I say bounded rationality. look at this. Satisfying is one word which I put it a little, no, don't let others' interest. You live for your own decision making. Okay, I'll go to the little more interesting. How certain specific applications in organizations, performance evaluations, appraisals are often subjective. Perceptions of appraisers are quite important. Job performance in each company differs. You know, again, this is the mind evaluating how you perform, how connected to values of the company. So make it careful and live with it, connect with it. So there are one more interesting. I want to put a word. Now look at this slide. How the job discussion I was talking about. While we discuss in the interview hall, there are certain things, and the situation of today is explained in this form of the two employees we are talking about. How differences between the today's the expectation is quite tremendous, pressurizing. Mentally, we are into troubled of understanding how it should be. So be careful, conscious enough to hold it and go with it. And I want to complete by one more small video clip. It's a very similar format.
So, you reckon you're pretty smart, eh? Top of the class, the next big thing? You probably think you've got the skills to pay the bills. Well, think again. It might surprise you, but getting a job isn't all about your grades. I mean, sure, they're important, but you're gonna need some other skills too. You may be the best writer, mechanic, scientist, chef, or rapper, but all this talent amounts to very little if you don't work well with other people. Some of the must-have professional qualities I'm talking about can be as important as exam qualifications. These are called the soft skills. And if they aren't up to scratch, you might just be limiting your chances of success. But don't panic. Everyone has some form of soft skills. There's growth mindset, resilience, communication, critical thinking, and emotional intelligence, to name but a few. While hard skills are measurable abilities such as science, languages, or maths, soft skills are the important general qualities that make you a good employee. They're a combination of lots of things, including social skills, character traits, and employment qualities. And while hard skills might be important in some industries, soft skills are important in all of them. So, there you have it. It's no wonder employers put so much importance on the soft skills. They won't just help you land your first job, but wherever you want to work in the future, they'll definitely give you a head start.
Well enough. I hope I've taken the points to the extent of boys and girls who are looking for an employment. All the participants were little tied up themselves to understand the current climate, the upcoming period time of futuristic program, and connecting, bridging between the happened period and making ourselves subject to new employment. As I said, started from the CV building I made you to the next level of understanding how you should program yourself on the interview hall as a candidate. So at last, I am very clear, confident. All the boys they were sitting in the interview hall for some time. They had a little motivation where, what, how should be. And finally, making your mind progressively understanding, and whatever you take the decision is not your own field, is always exist in this world. There are other decisions are absolutely goes in a gross with total opposite direction of your thought. So things will go left and right the way subject to your reaching. So be careful and be moderate, making yourself and make your food stub carefully, properly, manageably, and highly mature form from academic college students, and in a pace speed of 1 month time, gradually move into the employee model life. As you are academic model, you are in today college passed out student to employee model. So little responsibly think, decide upon, take the new venture. All the very best. And I would like to thank Dr. Ravindra, and prior to this, all the participants, Dr. Garima Sharma, and many more of the ex-delegates. Communication is going to be spreaded on this platform. Makes very sensibly, responsibly, the participants were joined in, and taking their oath of commitment to come along and reach their new venture successfully. I would like to thank you. Dr. Ravindra, please take this
Thank you, sir.
communication platform.
Stop sharing the screen.
As of everything is completed,
No.
I'm sharing.
Okay, stop sharing the screen.
What? It's not in the sharing mode?
No, you are sharing. You need to stop sharing so that we can invite other speakers. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you for the insightful session. If time permits, maybe at the end of all sessions, we will take up this review of CV. So by that time, participants, if you are preparing, you can prepare. You can take some more time. You can prepare your CVs and get them reviewed by the end of the day. So before we conclude the session,
yeah,
after
the same slides which I have shown, I can show that the similar format. I will put it on the screen if needed. So, and the same can also be forwarded to them by email. Immediately, whoever wants, sir, I need CV format. I'll give the immediately.
You can share it to me.
Yes. I already shared to you. Yeah. Again, I will share it. No issue at all. And all the participants, anybody wants, I'm job seeker, they can please type it on the chat box. Anybody is looking out for a job, I'm in the middle of chat box now. Please type job seeker, JS. Anybody is looking out for a job, please, participants, type JS. I kept the job seekers chat box ready. Type JS.
Thank you, Ravichandranji, for the wonderful session. Feedback has been raised for the second session. Kindly, all the participants are requested to fill up the feedback for the second session. It is mandatory for receiving certificate. After every session, there will be a feedback. There will be no feedback link given or will be shared. So this is within the platform itself, we are taking the feedback form. So you have to, every participant is requested to fill up the feedback form for every session. It is mandatory to attend all the sessions to receive participation certificate.
Okay, great. Now anybody is wanting to raise a question.
For 2 minutes
Anybody,
only.
they can show their hands.
Yeah.
And anybody wanting to go with their questions, any clarifications, it can be.
Yeah, we can continue with the Q&A. Like if any, we will have 2 minutes time for the feedback form to be filled. So in the meanwhile, if you have any queries who have completed filling up the feedback form, or if someone else is asking, you can
I'm ready here to answer.
While others are filling, or if you have completed, you can raise your hand, or you can put your queries in chat box now. Or there is no link in see, there is a change in the platform. The procedures are changing. We are getting ISO certified. We have to follow certain quality standards, and everyone need to be logged in time and logged out after time. Otherwise, we'll not be able to issue certificate. We have strict quality compliance now in place. Audit is going on, so we cannot be so liberal or so flexible like earlier. So we in coming days it will be more. We all need to comply to the standards. So even the certificates will have that ISO certified logo. So we cannot issue simply whenever you walk in and walk out. Everything is recorded. All the attendance will be taken care by the Zoom platform itself. It will generate when you have logged in, when you have logged out, whether you had attended a particular session or not. As per the mandate, you have to attend all the sessions. Otherwise, participation certificate will not be issued. And there is no feedback link. Feedback link will not be shared anywhere. It is in the Zoom platform itself. So you need to fill up the feedback form for all the sessions. Then only you will be receiving certificate. Don't ask again and again in chat box feedback link. This is the feedback link for every session.
So now we can ask them to know exactly pinpoint what they want. The questions, somebody was raising a hand, it seems, I've seen it, but suddenly it's missing. Whoever, again, any questions? Let them raise.
Queries or comments or observations, you can raise your hand or put in chat box, or you can unmute yourself. If you are unable to unmute, raise your hand, we will unmute you. Participants will be ending the feedback in another 30 seconds. Quickly fill up the feedback form. It is raised in the form of polls. There will be a pop-up window. After filling it up, you can close it automatically. You can click the close option and the poll will get closed. For every session, there will be a feedback form.
All the participants certainly should raise question, because you do not hesitate, because the question what you have it in mind, maybe having the other would also have. Hesitating a question is very, very unwanted compared to things. So always raise a question which would help benefit others who are also hesitating to raise question. I know in many halls, session halls, they have it in their mind to ask something, but when we come out of the hall, they will ask the question in the cafeteria, in the lunch hall. But in the podium, in the middle of the hall, they hesitate raising a question. Many were shy, many were feel that, why today anybody will feel, what it is, he's raising such.
So we have just 13% of audience filled up the feedback form. We'll be closing in next 1 minute. We'll not again raise the feedback form for session.
Okay.
So we will disqualify for receiving certificate. I am announcing once again. So kindly all the participants will be closing the feedback form for second session in another 30 seconds. Immediately attend to the feedback form.
Dr. Ravindra, how to view the feedback of how should I see it? I am unable to view that.
I mean, it is popped up in the screen itself. If you have accidentally closed it, you will not be able to see again. So you have to, I mean, we all have to be alert, learn the platforms we are using. We have to be very careful because this is a double-edged tool. The same tool will harm us, the same tool will empower us. So I will share the results once poll is ended.
Sure, I got it. Okay,
At
because
that time you can see.
anybody
So we are going to end in another 15 seconds.
okay, well,
Because already poll has launched around 7 minutes, 6:52 seconds. So it's a quite big time to provide feedback from unless and until you are away from the system. 6 minutes is very
sufficient.
quite good time to fill up just 10 small questions for the feedback.
That, always welcome to raise voice. Writing comments, good, no doubt about it, no deny it can be. But the raising voice also quite important in the area of such kind platform because it makes everyone to listen. So your voices reaches to everyone. Raise voice. Please do raise the voice. It's a subject.
Participants, last reminder for everyone. We are about to close the feedback form for the second session. You are requested to immediately attend to the feedback form. There is a poll raised. Okay, I'm ending the poll now. The feedback form for second session. It's almost 9 minutes. It's 8.5 minutes. We have given ample time. Yeah, now I am sharing the results. Even speaker can also look into the results. Kindly do not click on anything on the screen because once the poll window is closed, you cannot see it again. So be alert. Now we can see from the fourth question onwards how the participants has rated on the content, on the presentation, on the PPT presentation, content of total overall topic and the oral presentation, and also the time allotted for the session or topic. You can see that is participants' perception. That may not be a valid perception, or it might be a valid also. So overall feedback.
Great enough. I have my
Ravichandranji.
yes. I'm going to the slide. I'll put my name on the screen. The people keen to
Let it be because it's already 14 minutes past now. Speaker panelists from all the world.
yes, go to the next level. You can go to the next panel member to join and go with this posting.
You are available, you can join back.
I am available.
So we will take it up after the panel discussion.
Yes.
You can continue. Yeah, so, thank you, Ravichandran.
So, yeah.
You can go on mute.
Yeah, okay. Right. Thank you all very much to all of you. Thanks for the feedbacks.
Yeah, now after having both sessions from Garimaji and Ravichandranji, so we are moving towards our panel discussion. We have with us Matt Perleston from USA. He is CEO EQ for Peace Worldwide Inc. USA, and he is teaching emotional intelligence and social emotional learning for over 35 years in USA and across the world. And their organization goal is to have 1 billion people actively practicing emotional intelligence by 2039 and sustainable global peace by 2050. And also we have other panelists, John Ebegbu from Nigeria. He is an emotional intelligence expert from Evelyn Consulting, Africa's leading emotional intelligence expert, business consultant, therapist, international speaker, author. And we have Manish Gupta ji from India, founder director, Buddhi World Training, social and emotional intelligence workshop consultant, child sex abuse awareness champion, and also POSCO Act workshop consultant. And we have another panelist with us, Raza Kanji from UK, emotional intelligence and leadership coach, Barnardo's Children's Charity, and he has 24 plus years of IT infrastructure, software development experience, and he is also owner director of 2 technology companies and also mentoring emerging leaders. We welcome you all to the panel discussion on emotional intelligence for inner peace and world peace. We invite you all for the panel discussion. So,
all right.
Yeah, welcome, Matt. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you. It's middle of the night here, but there's nothing I would rather talk about than emotional intelligence and how we can save the world. So let's talk about that, shall we? Thanks for having us, Dr. Ravinja. Excuse me. Welcome to everyone, and welcome to my panelists that are now on the call. Maybe you guys could turn your cameras on for a minute, and it pops you up to the top of the list, I think. But I'm excited to have, as was just introduced, we have a good cross-section of the world here. We have John from Nigeria, we have Raza from UK, and we have Manish from India. And I know probably most of you are from India, which is great. So we are going to see how we can make some impact. Some of this will be a presentation, and some of it is we're asking because we don't necessarily know how to fix the world. It's pretty broken, as you probably know, and there's so much to do. So we are open. We're trying to brainstorm here. I would love it if at the end of this we had some pretty real things to talk about or to go do, so that we can make some impact. Yeah. Let me just do a quick introduction. I will share my screen, and then we'll get started with the gang. Hi, John and Raza. I see your pictures going on right there. Welcome, you guys. We're in different time zones all over, which is pretty interesting. So it's nighttime, it's morning time, it's daytime. Depends where you are. So actually, why don't you guys start? Before I do that, do you want to say hello? John, you want to say hi?
Yeah, hello, Matt. Hello, everyone.
Hey.
It's a pleasure to be here, reaching you all the way from Africa. It's a timely conversation that we are having, global peace, and the role of emotional intelligence. So yes, I'm looking forward to.
Can you take your glasses off? I had to take mine off. You can't, because it's so bad reflection. Can you take your glasses off for a minute?
Okay.
You got it. Yeah.
The screen.
Oh, you can keep
reflecting.
Yeah, stay on. Yeah, just take your glasses off. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean, it's not that important.
Yeah. So
There you go.
yes,
There
it's
he
a
is.
pleasure to be here. Looking forward to the conversation. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. John's long-term EQer, we call him, and has been working, has written book on it, has does coaching and consulting, and works with many people on emotional intelligence in Africa. I don't know too many people in Africa that are working with EQ, so he's one of my role models, I guess, one of my important part of our team. And I'm very happy to have him here, very well spoken, and has some good impact or input on how we can fix Nigeria or fix Africa. I don't know, that I should quit using that word fix, because it is definitely broken, but you know what I mean. Impact, we'll use that word impact better, right? John?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Good man. All right. Thanks. Raza, you want to say hi?
Sure, Matt. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you guys are. UK. I've been working in the UK for over 24 years. I migrated from Pakistan, so originally I'm from Pakistan. I've been here for 35 years or so, but the last 24 years I've been working in the technology industry, and I've seen all sorts of lack of emotional intelligence and how important it is. And I've been investing time and efforts and doing a lot of surveys around the emotional intelligence, and we find that emotional intelligence plays such a fundamental role. And let me tell you a secret, that emotional intelligence is not a new thing. It's been around for centuries. Only recently it's been coming into the mainstream media, because they realize that managing the emotions and managing the reactions and triggers is the key for moving ahead in life. And that's me, and that's where I come, and I do my best to participate and help. I don't know if I can fix the broken world, because the world is too big place. If I can fix one person, help one person in that journey, my job is done.
Nice. Well, you've already impacted a lot of people, but your job is not done. Sorry, buddy. Your job is not done. You're just getting started. I know. Having success hopefully will be springboard for you. I know you're very motivated to try to make as much impact as you can and affect as many people as you can. And I love that about it. All of us have that same goal. It's pretty neat. But your job is not done. So quit saying that. You've already impacted a lot of people.
For me, if I can fix one person at a time, Matt, I think that's
there you go. There you go.
And then
that's
I'll ask that person to fix others.
All right. Thanks. Right on. All right. Glad to have you. What time is it there, by the way? Just curious.
What time is it there? 9:53 a.m. in the morning.
What time?
9:53.
What time? Oh, okay, good.
Near enough 10 a.m.
Yeah. All right. Good. Thanks. Good to have you. Manish, hello.
Hi.
Morning, sir.
Hi, Matt. Thank you for having me here, and good to see Raza Khan here. Hi, Raza. How are you doing? Good. And John, hello. Hello to you. First time we're catching up. Thanks to you, Matt. I'm here, and obviously all I would want to say is, all of us are staring down the same path. We have the same goals. We're trying to put in the efforts for a similar purpose. We're trying to better, make things better with people, with human beings, better for mankind, with mankind, for mankind. And we're all, like I said, we're all, on the same path. And we have primarily been working with school children and college children, for the only reason that these youngsters of today will be the future tomorrow of whatever country that we are in or wherever they are living in. So that's exactly one reason why we wanted to work with children. We still haven't started working with corporates. We're doing a very, very little bit working with corporates, but the primary goal has always been students. And obviously when we say students, then, and when we're getting to schools and colleges, then the teachers and professors as well. So because even that part is extremely important. So this is exactly what we're doing, Matt. All of us, same path, same journey, different ways and means of doing it, but we're all EQ guys.
Yes, they are. And yes, and it doesn't really matter. I don't know that it matters where we start. I think
Right.
it's the kids are a wonderful place to start because that makes impact for years and years and years.
Right.
I hope. Right. So very good. Thank you for doing that.
Thank you, Matt.
Where are you, Manish? And you're in India. Where are you?
I'm in Gujarat in a place called Ahmedabad. So yeah,
Okay.
I'm in the city of Ahmedabad in Gujarat.
Okay, very good. I'm not sure exactly where that is, but probably the other
It's in
listeners
the
do.
western part of India. It's in the western part of India.
Okay.
Very
Okay,
close by
very
to Mumbai. It's close by to Mumbai.
Oh, good. Okay. Excellent. All right. Well, let me do a quick introduction and on PowerPoint. So here we go. So we're trying to work on peace. That's the goal of this whole thing is peace, right? Peace, we're, as you all know, peace is a problem. Peace is very definitely a problem and getting worse. I'm laughing about it, but it's not funny because we being the United States is getting closer and closer to going to war with Russia. And that is not funny, not funny one bit. And it's really scaring the heck out of me. We did it before, it didn't go well, and it's not going to go well. This is going to be worse this time. But we're getting closer and closer. We're funding Ukraine and helping them, and we haven't actually gone actively gone to war with Russia, but man, we're getting closer and closer to doing that. And yikes, right? And so it feels awful. It's very scary. It feels like we can't really do anything about it, but the reality is that in my opinion, we are doing something about it right this minute. And that we're trying to learn how to be peaceful. Most people do not know how to be peaceful. And the way that we learn how to be peaceful is through emotional intelligence. All right. That's the theory. That's the plan. It's not a quick fix, but that's where we're going with this. So there's a lot of companies and a lot of people now going for emotional intelligence. It's skyrocketing in popularity, which I'm really happy about. But the reason it's skyrocketing in popularity is because things are bad and people are hurting and we're not sure what else to do and that sort of thing. So it's very it's scary on one side and encouraging on the other side, because it feels like we can maybe do something about it. And that's what we're doing right here. And that's why I wanted to pull these guys together and have all of us at this meeting brainstorm, figure out some ways that we can get this out into the world and can teach people how to be peaceful. We're expecting folks to do peace without any education on how to they do that. We don't even use that word very often, but we need to use it more and more. So we want to introduce EQ to you and why it's skyrocketing right now. Show how EQ can lead to peace inside and out of us. I don't know if you guys know about the UN, United Nations, high as you can get in the peaceful world, has what they call SDGs, and I'll tell you about those in a minute. They are sustainable. I have trouble with that word. Sustainable development goals, which means they said, okay, what does the world need? They came up with 17 different areas of, and I'll go into it in a minute, but we're cover 4 of them. So we'll talk about that. So this is very high level stuff. Let's brainstorm a little bit about how emotional intelligence can impact the SDGs, and then we'll save the world. Okay. All right. We'll change the world, maybe save it. We'll see. I'm just playing about that, but I'm not, we'd already introduced the boys. Thank you for joining, everybody. I appreciate it. This is a great cross section and some incredibly experienced people. Like Raza said, EQ's not new, but most people don't know about it. Still, most people don't know about emotional intelligence. They have no idea what I'm talking about. They don't know even the concept. I asked couple people just yesterday, I ask people all the time, have you ever heard of emotional intelligence? And about half the people say what? What is that? They've never heard of that. They've never heard the term. They never even heard of the concept of being smart about your emotions. No idea. We're like, what? And I've had people, this is pretty cool. I've had people kind of, I think it probably changed their life right there just by asking the question. They're like, oh, that's a great idea. Really? You can be smart about your emotions? I didn't know that. I've never thought of that before. Anyway, so we're getting EQ out, and there aren't that many people that have been around for a long time, but all of us have. So it's a really cool section of people. So we have a nonprofit called EQ for Peace, EQ for Peace. And this is what it's based on. This is the very basis of the whole thing. World peace begins with inner peace, says the Dalai Lama, the current Dalai Lama. He said, through inner peace, genuine world peace can be achieved. All right. Some people don't agree with that. Some people don't think it's possible. I don't know. I'd like to think it is. We're betting on it. We're banking on it, kind of. And we're going to go in that direction anyway, even if it's not true, we're going to give it a try. And because it's starting with inner peace, and that we definitely can do. Peace must first be created within ourselves, then gradually expanded to include our families, our communities, and ultimately the whole planet, right? That is the basis of our entire nonprofit. And that's kind of like what I've dedicated my life to. That's where we're going with all this. So we could there's different types of peace. There's different steps to it. All right. There is inner peace, me, right? Just me. And we start with me. And that's where it all starts, is being, if you have a war inside of you, it's going to grow. It's going to come out of you. So if you can have some peace inside of you, you can make that's where it starts. Then there's interpersonal peace, which is me and you. We can get along, just two people can get along, learn how, and those are relationship skills and couples and that sort of thing, which are all teachable skills in emotional intelligence. Then there's social skills, which is social peace, which is groups like us right now. We have a group of us. So far, as I know, we're getting along so far. So we're practicing social peace as we speak, which is pretty cool. And I saying that if we can teach enough people how to be peaceful inside of us, we can have big peace. Maybe we'll see. So we'll see, right? So let me just talk just a second about inner peace. It begins the moment you choose not to allow other persons or events to control our emotions, which is what we're trying to learn about. This is what we're trying to learn about. So just for quick kicks, you guys, where are you at right now on your inner peace? How are you doing with it? This is a quick little survey. We should put on a poll, Dr. Ravindra, but I didn't think of it till just now, or well, I didn't let you know about it. So what do you guys think? So put in your chat or mention it. Where's your inner peace right now? And it could be your inner peace right this second. And we could also talk about in general, how peaceful do you feel? So do you mind putting a number in your chat, 1 through 10? Where are you guys at with it? Everybody, anybody?
Yeah, participants, you can.
Yeah, in the chat.
And give your responses in chat box so that we all can view them.
It's not a competition, you're just sharing a little bit, trying to identify. Okay.
Otherwise, we'll have a poll also, maybe at a later time, and we'll collect the responses.
All right, we got a couple of 8s. That's pretty good. Working toward 10. Generally, yeah. Now me too. I feel pretty peaceful right now. A little bit agitated because I'm just trying to make it the best we can out of this event. Oh, Mira. Hi, Mira. I didn't know you were here. Hi, sweetie. That's great. She's wonderful.
Can select hosts and co-hosts and give your responses so that we all can see the response.
Yeah. You too, Dr. Ravindra. All right. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and put what in your chat, in the chat. Dalai Lama also said, don't let others' behavior destroy your inner peace. So Aristotle said, well, okay, so what we're working on is education. The problem is, in my opinion, is that we don't learn about this in schools. Like Manish said, we're trying to work with kids, and we in our nonprofit are working on getting emotional education into schools everywhere. And because we don't talk about it, how people supposed to know about their emotions if we don't learn about them in school? For me, I was pretty disappointed with my education. I mean, I had a good education. I went all the way through college, and at the end of college, I went, that's it. That's it. What the heck? I know lots of stuff, left brain logical stuff, so I can get a job, but I did not know myself at all, really, almost not at all, but I didn't learn about how to deal with me and how to deal with we and how to manage myself and my inner self in my life and stuff. And so after college, didn't go very well. And I found out later on that about 25 that it was mostly that I had no idea how to deal with my emotions. No idea how to deal with my emotions. I talked to my parents about it, and they had no idea either. Our parents don't teach us because they don't know. They don't know either. And so we have some good role models. We have some awful role models, and we just have to figure it out on our own. And that's just wrong to me. It's just wrong. And so now we are trying to get emotional education into schools everywhere, period. Education or emotional intelligence education in schools is called social emotional learning. Most schools do not teach EQ, they teach SEL. So just so you know, that's what it's called in schools, in most academics. This is my fourth workshop this weekend. 2 of them were with universities in India, which I'm very excited about, that they want to know. They know that this at the university level, they know that this big piece is missing. And that is wonderful that they know it's missing. It's wonderful that they're out there trying to get more information. It's horrible that nobody knows that this hasn't been happening for a long time. All right. So let's see what else we got about inner peace. Anything is possible when we have inner peace. Okay, cool. Emotions matter, you guys. Emotions matter way more than we thought they did. Much more than we thought they did. So emotional intelligence is a study of, it's what we call a meta study. So it's us studying us. We are studying ourselves. We are studying each other. It's you studying you. It's kind of cool. It's not a little thing like this. It's a big thing. And we call it metacognition also, which is thinking about what we're thinking about, and meta emotion is feeling about what we're feeling about. So it's how do we work? How do we function? How do we do this thing? How do we do this life thing? So I find it fascinating and incredibly practical. In fact, I think it's probably the most practical subject there is, because we can't not think and we can't not feel. So we better get good at both of them, right? We better get good at both of them. And it's 24/7, 365. We don't stop. We go. And it's happening all the time. And so we need to know what's happening inside of ourselves. So I have 291 slides. I will not be going through them all. But here's a real quickie also on how SEL or emotional intelligence works. So let me go through this real quick, and then I'll shut up for a minute and we can talk some. So it starts with self-awareness, just like it starts with inner peace. It starts with self-awareness. This again is SEL model. This is from Daniel Goleman, Goleman. He's the one who wrote the book in 1995 called Emotional Intelligence: Why It Can Matter More Than IQ. So that's why we call it EQ, IQ and EQ, right? So self-awareness first, he's saying, and I totally agree. We have to be aware of ourselves first. We can't do anything until we're aware, right? We can't do anything until we're aware of it. So we got to be aware first of us first, right? Once we're aware, we can manage ourselves better. No kidding, right? So that's a big part of this whole thing is us managing us, okay? Once we're aware of ourselves, also, we can become more aware of how other people work. If we understand our thoughts and our feelings, guess what? Other people have those same things. And if we put our thoughts and our feelings become important to us, guess what? They're important to other people too. And if we will listen and we will make other people's thoughts and feelings important, you're going to have better relationships. I guarantee it. People like that when you listen to them, when you care what they think and feel. They like that a lot, and that helps your relationship. So that's this bottom one, relationship skills. And if you put them both together, we have responsible decision making, which is about understanding what we're thinking and what we're feeling, and taking that both into account when we make decisions. We make good decisions based on does it make sense? Does it make sense? And does it feel good or feel right? Both. We don't want it skewed. Some things make sense and they feel awful. Some things don't make sense. They feel great, but they don't make any sense, like addictions. Some of that stuff that feels good, but it doesn't make any sense at all. So we were trying to balance them. So okay, so I'm going to introduce the subject, which is, finally, I'm getting to the point, is the SDGs. So in here, let me go to this one. There we go. Here are the goals. This is the UN's. This is from the UN. There's the link down the bottom from the UN. Okay, these are all. They're trying to say no poverty, no hunger, good health, good education, quality, etc. Clean water. Big goals. Big goals. They're the UN, right? So these are the 17 areas that they have chosen to work on. And we fit into 4 of them, which I think is pretty neat, which is right here. Number 3 is good health and well-being, which is us, home, which is I call home, which is, is emotional intelligence. That's about me and my inner peace and that sort of thing. So that fits in number 3. Number 4 is education. Yeah, good education. And a good education has to include emotional intelligence or social emotional learning. It's got to, or it's not good education, in my opinion. Definitely in my opinion. All right. Number 8 is work. And emotional intelligence affects us at work also big time. Didn't used to know that, but the soft skills, getting along, teamwork, listening, loyalty, customer service, all that stuff is about emotional intelligence. So to have good work, we need to have emotional intelligence. So 3, 4, and 8 are home, school, and work, or school, home, and work, right? And so those are the big 3 areas that we're focusing on. And I did this goal formula. If you take 3 plus 4 plus 8 plus 1, which is you get 16, which is peace. right. So anyway, I have fun with this. Anyway, so that's what we're gonna talk about today. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and we're going to I want to get some feedback a little bit. Anybody like to share what they're hearing so far, or you agree, disagree? What do we think? Dr. Ravindra, you think we're in the right direction?
The participants can respond.
I would like your response too, sir. I'm very interested in what you have. You have a very good perspective on things. What do you think? Think we're going in the right direction?
Really wonderful the way you connected peace, this personal peace, what you, me, and we. So it is very important, because peace at every level, individual level, at a social level, at a global level, is very much important. Being peaceful within ourselves, around ourselves, and being with everyone is very important. That's how I think our co-panelists we all are working towards it, achieving a global peace. And in line with the sustainable development goals, very well presented. In fact, I would like to learn more because of paucity of time. Definitely, we will take it exclusive session on this entire global peace. Maybe you can cover all the slides and we will have the enlightenment of entire picture of global peace. It was really insightful. Thank you very much for joining.
All right.
And
good.
insightful session.
All right. Anybody else? Go ahead and just unmute yourself and let's talk.
Yeah, Matt. So bottom line, even where you ended up, you added the numbers and you landed at slide number 16, which is peace. And I think that primarily holds good for everyone here, whether it's John or Raza Khan or you or me or anyone else. We're all looking at, what are we looking at? We're looking at using EQ to help mankind find more peace. So more peace in his world, which means more peace also in the world around him, because that person will then have the ability to create more peace around him or her, whatever. So bottom line is just that, it's peace. And we're all, like I said, we head in the same direction, and I think it's absolutely the right direction. More than the need of the hour, not just the need of the hour, more than the need of the hour. It was like it was wanted probably ages ago, and we are here today. So
done. Definitely agree with you. Thank you. 6 Seconds is the largest EQ trainer in the world. I talked to the CEO of 6 Seconds the other day, Josh Friedman, and said, you guys, I would love it if you guys went toward peace. Do you ever use that word? And he's starting to use it. They're starting to use it now. They're starting to move in that direction. He said, well, our goal really was to help people make better decisions. And I said, well, that's cool for them, but we need a bigger picture. That we need to get this together and make sure that the whole world is going in the right direction. So we're starting to move in that direction. Thanks, Manish. I agree. I totally agree.
Matt,
we now have a goal
add
for
something? Yeah,
Reza?
can I just add something? Inner peace equals to leadership. Let me just add that.
What? Say it again. Say it again.
Inner peace equals to inner leadership.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Because I think the concept of the leadership is that we are always managing other people, but the inner leadership equals to inner peace is all about leading ourselves first.
Nice. Okay. Would you talk more about that in a few minutes? When it's your turn?
I will definitely.
That's a beautiful. I never heard it put that way. Thank you for saying that. Inner peace equals inner leadership. That's true. You're leading yourself in that direction. That's cool. Well put.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. John, what do you think, bud?
Hey, Matt. Yeah, fantastic thoughts. It's amazing how you put together the SDG goals and then eventually land at the table of peace, because whether you're talking about personal improvement in your career, or you're talking about your family getting better, or you're talking about your country moving forward, or you're talking about economic stability, if there is no peace, none of these will be possible. So health and well-being, economic growth are all dependent on peace. And I like the way you've broken down peace into inner peace, interpersonal peace, and then society peace. And I think that if we have inner peace and interpersonal peace, then automatically the society will be at peace. So I think at this level, we should focus on teaching people how to gain inner peace and then interpersonal peace, which of course is why we're having the conversation around emotional intelligence, because then we have self-awareness where you get to know yourself, your values, your passion, your strengths, your weaknesses, and then you learn how to manage those to your advantage. And then we have self-management and social skills where you learn about other people, how to relate with them. And then that will lead us to interpersonal peace. after you have dealt with inner peace, leveraging self-awareness. And then when we have those two, and then we leverage empathy, which I'm going to focus on during my time, definitely we're going to have peace in the world. I believe so, absolutely. So well done, Matt. Good thoughts.
All right. Well, good. Thank you. I agree with you. I agree that peace is the basis of all of this. The one thing that we are challenged with, that one thing that you mentioned, is that our economic growth is based on peace. Unfortunately, war pays very well. It seems to pay better than peace does, especially in the United States.
It pays individuals. It doesn't pay.
Yeah.
It doesn't favor the group. It doesn't favor the people. It favors individuals who produce weapons, individuals who produce products that they sell, during those war periods. But generally, it's destructive.
Very good point. That's true. It is wonderful for some people, and that's true. Yeah. You're right. Individuals. So good. Thank you for saying that, because I'm going to quit saying that. But it is true that that war pays really well. I mean, we've already. Anyway, you know what I mean. So good point. Gosh, I hope that someday that we can find ways that peace pays as well as war does. Let me put it that way. Anybody else in the audience? Mira, Dr. Abinja, anybody else like to share? Or Raza, did you have something else you want to say?
Yeah, what I was going to say is that the war is caused of two things. Number one is that the people or the leaders, they are not leaders to themselves. That's one thing. The other thing is that they have an ego problem. And ego is emotion that come out of the fear and the limited belief. And that is the problem with what we see nowadays in the world we're living in. And the COVID has actually expedited that situation. And everybody is running towards the resources. That what if my resources run out? I mean, very good example. When I was kind of surprised, then when COVID hit, everybody would run for the toilet rolls. What is going to do with the COVID with the toilet rolls? In Europe, there was no toilet rolls. Fear. And then suddenly all hell break loose. But the impact of that is huge on the children. And I have a friend of mine who was saying is that the suicide rate in Singapore in between 10 and 16 has gone up tremendously because the parents cannot manage that emotions, their own emotions, or how they're going to manage children's emotion. So you can see the ego, fear, all those things is mounting up, and that's where we are at the moment in the world we live in.
It's true. Yes, sadly,
sad, but it is the reality.
Yeah, it is. In fact, I don't want to be a Debbie Downer here, but there's a lot of things like the suicide rate. The domestic violence is going up, child abuse is going up, divorce is going up, and this is not just in the United States, in India, in Europe, everywhere, as far as I know. The rates are going up. We live in a very small town of only 5,000 here in California, and I personally know of 5 or 6 different people that are gone now. They were here and now they're gone. And some of them, one was a very good friend of mine. 2 of them were good friends of my daughters. They're mostly younger, but it's awful. It's awful. They're not saying much about it. But that to me is the ultimate of not knowing how to deal with your insides, your thoughts and feelings. We're left alone. We're disconnected, and we're left with only our thoughts and feelings that are awful, apparently for some people, so bad that they are leaving. And oh man, what a painful thing to, I don't know if you guys know someone who's committed suicide. What a horrible feeling. Oh my goodness. So yeah, good point, Raza. Very good point. We got to do stuff, you guys. We have to do stuff to teach people how to deal with themselves. So, anybody else like to share? Okay, cool. Well, You get the premise of where we're going with this. All right. If it goes, emotional intelligence is the training. Emotional responsibility is next. I don't have a slide on it. I got to make one. Emotional responsibility is next. Once we learn about emotional intelligence, we find that there are thoughts. We have thoughts, we have feelings, we have actions, right? Well, they're ours. They're ours. We own them. They are ours. And that is called emotional responsibility. To me, that is the tipping point between success and failure, in my opinion. There's hard to quantify and prove it, but in my opinion, the number one thing is to decide that is to accept emotional responsibility. Because if we think that there are our thoughts and our feelings and our actions, which they are, and that we made them and we can do stuff with them, we can do things with them, we are in control of our lives, right? If my inner world is mine, I can control myself, right? And I can control my life. If I don't, if I think they did it to me, if I think that people make me angry as opposed to I make myself angry, because that's the reality, is my thoughts actually make me feel angry. My angry thoughts, like that's not fair and how could you and what the heck and stuff like, those kind of thoughts make me feel angry. And those thoughts are adjustable. If we think they made us angry, then we become kind of a whiner, blamer, victim kind of person, and things start heading downhill. That's the tipping point. So my goal in every workshop, I've done an awful lot of workshops, and I say in every single one of them, if you don't take anything from this, take that one thing, is that emotional responsibility. Your thoughts, your feelings, your actions, your values, your belief systems, your moods, your attitudes, all that stuff is yours. Own it. It's yours. And if you can take that leap to believe that, then you can be in control of your life and you can do all kinds of wonderful things. If you don't, warning, look out. It's not going to go well. So, in my opinion. Any comments on that? Anybody? Emotional responsibility seems to be the key. We've got in the chat. Our inner calmness, inner silence need to be trained, right, to cope up at this current juncture. It's need for emergency. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, it seems funny that calmness is an emergency, but it really is. You're right. You're absolutely right. Yeah. So this is, that was sent just to me. So would you mind putting that in the big chat so everybody can see it, or I will? I don't mean to not be confidential, but this is a very good point. It's emergency that we need calmness and silence and peace inside of us to continue. I know I feel all fired up and jumping around and that sort of thing, but you can be excited and you can be purposeful and still peaceful at the same time. I still feel peaceful and calm inside, but agitated in that we got stuff to do. We have things to do, and that's okay. That's okay with me. That's different kind of peace or unpeace. I don't know. Anybody else like to share?
Matt, I mean, on that point, I'm sorry, it seems like jumping quite a lot, but let me share, because I think the thing is that, what Ravi said, the inner calmness and the inner silence needs to be trained to cope at the current juncture. Absolutely. But the problem is the majority of us, we feel that we are very emotionally intelligent, so we don't need to take that journey. And then I did a self-assessment, well, not self-assessment, self-aware or emotional intelligence assessment. And majority of the people give themselves about 5 or 6. Well, in reality is that if you really put them in the work environment or home environment, they're not. They're 1 or 2. And what people should understand is that the inner calmness and inner silence needs to be started from the age of 6 and 16. Now, why I'm saying that 6 and 16, my work and my coaching and the study suggests that our emotional intelligence was developed at the age of 6 and 16, and the limiting beliefs as well. And that's where where our parents, our siblings, our teachers, our friends, community has impacted our life, and we build that, either the the frustration, the anger, or the panic, or the rage, or self-image is being tarnished, or confidence is tarnished. That's where it's built up. I think the inner calmness and inner silence has to be started to going through that, the memory lane, to understand exactly what has happened. Okay, they were, people said, oh, this has happened. Okay, great. But where are you now? Why you want to continue the past in the present, and based on your past, you're making a future. You're skipping the present totally. And this is what's been going on in a majority of the time. And as an adult, we will not accept that. We are accepting, okay, what happened in the past is going to happen in the future. Okay, what happened to the present? Present hasn't happened, you haven't made the present to go to the future. So I call those type of people as a time traveler, or people with the crystal ball. They're seeing the future and then making the decision. But the work has to be done. The work is of self-awareness. That's where it starts. But that starts from the age of 6 and 16. Identify what really happened. Why you're feeling like that? Why you are edgy? Why you are panic and rage attack? Why you have a reactions? Why you have triggers? That's where it starts.
Nice. And what age did you say? I'm sorry, I missed that. What age?
6 to 16.
16.
From 6 to 16, those are the areas where we developed our emotional intelligence.
Yeah, no, it's 6 to 16. Yeah, okay. Right on. Okay, I definitely agree with that, because we have
I would like to ask, 6 and 16 develop emotional intelligence, or develop our belief system based on our environment? I would need some clarity on that.
John, both. Because remember, the emotional blackmail, the kids, it starts at a very young age.
So you mean the concept of emotions is developed between the ages of 6 and 16, not emotional intelligence?
No, not intelligence, but emotional beliefs. Because
okay, all right. Yes, I just wanted clarity on that, because I have my own research. Thank you very much.
The reason I think we're using the word emotional intelligence, the emotional things is happening at that point, and then we're developing as we grow, right? It's like, I'll give you an example. That happens, I think there is especially in the Asian culture. I'll give you my example, is that my grandfather is like, when I grew up, I was quite the child who's causing trouble all the time. So, and every time I cause a trouble, my grandfather, because my father was in Saudi and he was working as a doctor. So, and then my grandfather told me that, when I've been mischievous, he said, tell the truth. But problem was that whenever I tell the truth, I get the smack. I didn't get the reward, but I get the smack. So for me, it's like, why the hell should I tell the truth? Right. So I built a belief, an emotion, a anger, a frustration. And this is what's going on across the globe. I was watching, there is a Creed 2 movie I was watching a couple of days ago, and there is some subtle lessons in some of those movies. People go through with the emotions, but they have to work themselves to get out of that, because nobody else can help them. Somebody can give them a hand, but in the end of the day, they have to work on their own emotions, on their own limiting beliefs. And that's where they will change the reality.
Right on. Right on. Good point. Good point, Sarazo. I agree. I was going to say, we have a 3-year-old granddaughter, and because her mom, who's our daughter, has grown up with emotional intelligence her whole life, she's now passing it on, and it was just beautiful to watch. And this little 3-year-old is pretty darn responsible for her emotion. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool to watch her. I love it. I was like, yes. And I love the way our daughter talks to her daughter. I just love that. So
definitely.
I'd like to share something, Matt. It is quite interesting that Raza was saying 6 to 16, and then John also raised a question. See, the point here is, when we talk about 6-year-olds, when we say 6 to 16, let's say 6-year-olds, most of the time 6-year-olds are with their parents. That's not a time that they leave home and, they go away elsewhere. So this problem of being naughty and then, being asked to speak the truth and then still getting whacked. So at 6 it's going to happen, at 7 it's going to happen, at 8 it's going to happen. So who's responsible? Not the child. Child can't leave home and go. The child has to live with the parents, right? So I for sure believe that it's not just children, there has to be a very, very strong emphasis on parents when it comes to EI, especially those parents having children between the age of 0 to 7. 0 to 7 is called the golden age for children. Those are the golden years. That's the time when you put in, when you're able to teach them, loyal, honesty, integrity, you teach them compassion, you teach them empathy. That's the time. A lot of character building happens between 0 to 7. So there, if a 6-year-old and a 7-year-old child, even though having spoken the truth, is going to still be punished or reprimanded, and the child can't leave home and go, then what happens? Then it's going to lead to a totally different scenario. A child can probably become a rebel or whatever. So I think, it's all interconnected very strongly. Parents have an extremely strong role in understanding this part, that at 6 or 7 or 8, if your child is behaving this way, then I have to behave this way. But that is not there. In a lot of cases, it doesn't happen, because like you spoke on the program and Matt spoke on the program and John spoke, we all spoke earlier that, adults themselves don't understand EQ. So how are they going to pass it on to their children? Right. And that's where Matt brought out this beautiful example, live example, where he says, it's lovely to watch his daughter passing on lessons of EI to his granddaughter. So I think it's all about parenting here. So 6 years, 7 years, 8 years, 9 years, 10 years, I would still say it's the same thing. It's all left to the parents. That's my take on it. Simple.
Yeah. I think let me just add one more thing, Manish, because between 0 and 7 we are like with parents, but no, with the 0 to 4 we are with parents, but then we go to the nurseries, or we go to the school 4 or 5 years, because it's just the early early stages. Problem is that the teachers are not fully emotionally intelligent themselves, so they have got a lot going on in their life. And what happens is that when they've got a lot going in life, they're not going to manage the children very well. They're going to pass their anger, frustration, and that's what children seeing that. Yeah, and this is what's happening in the universities as well. You have people who's teaching the future generation of the things which they don't even understand themselves. They don't have a clarity in life. They don't have a clarity as to where they go, what they want to do. They think that, going into to become a professor or to become a teacher is an easy thing, is a quick money, let's join it. The reality is that they really understand, and that's the problem, is it starts from there.
I more than agree with you, Raza. The teachers who are there and, whose responsibility it is to teach children, but sadly, teachers only understand that they are there to fill in the role of teaching children academics or downloading whatever is in the academic books. But sadly, they don't realize one thing. They also have to pay attention to their own behaviors, their tone of voice, the words they speak, their body language. This can make a world of a difference. And they just do not focus on this.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is what happens. You're bang on. Absolutely right.
So this is where we start, because those are the two areas, Matt. Parents and the teachers. And then comes
absolutely right. Right.
I was coaching somebody in Pakistan, and in Pakistan, in our culture, they don't even recognize that the children have a limiting belief and emotional reactions. If they have more smack, this is not, and I've noticed in other parts of the world as well when I'm coaching around the globe. And I thought it's a very Asian thing, but unfortunately it's not, as a global thing, and it's becoming more pandemic. I think what is worse, COVID or the lack of emotional intelligence? I would say lack of emotional intelligence is more pandemic than COVID itself.
Yeah, that's also because COVID has, come in just now, but this is there for ages. So I think it's a much bigger pandemic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yep. So I totally agree with you guys, and good summation. What we're doing with our nonprofit is doing what we call the top-down top-down strategy, and that's exactly what you're saying. Parents, teachers, and bosses, right? It's where it starts coming down from there. And parents, I mean, the teachers part, we're starting at the university level, that's why I was so excited about working with the universities way up here. And above them is countries, each country, and above them is the UN. I think the UN is about as high as you can get. Maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but that's why I'm excited about talking about the SDGs, because we're way up here coming down. And you're right. If the kids, how are the kids supposed to learn it if their parents and their teachers and their bosses don't know? So it's a tricky. So Manish is doing bottom up, right? You teach the kids and start them up, or you teach the parents or the teachers and come down. But we got to go both ways, bottom up, top down, side to side, any which way we can. So, right on. Okay.
Let me just, bring a couple of things here, because if you look at the Hitler background and the childhood, right, because of his background and his parents' behavior towards him, he was the cause of the Second World War, and how many people died in that. If you look back further, you will see the people's behavior and their childhood. I mean, I don't know. Have you watched the movie Joker? That was 2 years ago. Came in as part of he is the adversary to Batman. I know it's like a fictional, but the reality they showed in that movie is that what happened to his childhood is the cause of how he destroyed the whole city.
Why so serious?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly that. Yeah. See, so
I never watched it. I never watched it on purpose.
I mean, it is a very dark movie, but that's what it shows, the reality of our life. How we, I mean, if you look at Hitler's childhood, he is the cause of the Second World War and the impact he had on the world.
Yeah.
And then, if you look at the other leaders around the globe, if you look at their childhood, you will see this is what's happening. If you go to Pakistan, the current premier has got the ego problem and all that stuff. They want to take a revenge on what? Go to Middle East, go to, you're talking about the US as well. I don't want to say it. Look at the Ukraine situation. Is a war, but who is impacted? The children. Those are the children who are our future. Black, white, color, creed, whatever. They're children.
Yep.
That's the problem.
Good point. That's a problem. That's a big problem. Yes, yeah. Very definitely. Very definitely. And I like how you said, which is worse, COVID's or lack of emotional intelligence. I've been saying, I have a slide that says that lack of emotional intelligence is the #2 problem in the world. I'm not sure that's accurate. I think it might be #1. My partner, my founder, I founded EQ for Peace with Dr. Dean Van Leuven. We worked together for quite a while before we started our nonprofit. We then started it, and then he passed away. Bam, 2 months later, gone. But he said, and he told me, and I wasn't quite sure at the time, but he was very firm on that emotional intelligence is by far the #1 problem in the world today. And I might have to agree with him. So any other quick sharing on big level? If not, we'll go into each of us have a short presentation to make and how we're going to get there. And so Raza, we'll probably start with you, but anybody have any other last minute comments? I guess you guys in your chat can't send to everyone, only directly. I didn't know that there was an option in chat, but I did share that. So both of these that I put into the chat were from people sending to me. So Mira said, not many are aware that we have choices. We have choices, and that is a beautiful thing about emotional intelligence, that it gives us choices. We have choices about what we think, we have choices about what we feel, and we certainly have choices about what we do. And making good choices based on our thoughts and our feelings is one of the keys to this whole thing. So right on, Mira. That is our responsibility, very definitely. All right. And also, it was mentioned that 6 to 16 adolescent time, definitely when the kids decide how they're going to be, right? They're figuring out, all right, am I going to be a good guy or a bad guy, and that kind of thing. So I definitely agree with that too. Anybody else? Okay. All right. Raza, you're on.
Matt, how much time do I have?
I was thinking like we have now what 45. Oh, we only have like 45 minutes, so maybe 15 minutes.
Okay. Okay.
Most.
So
minutes.
okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
So Matt, I am going to, I'm going to talk about the inner leadership, right? There is a misnomer about the great leaders are born and not made. Well, I kind of disagree with that for many reasons, but I'll tell you why. Many people believe that the great leaders born with genetic things in there, and they are biologically that's what they are biological in such a way that that's what they are allowed to move into the leadership, right? I as I said, I disagree with that statement. Leaders are made, not born. Now, making leaders is all about learning the emotional intelligence. So what is the concept of leadership? Leadership is a process by which a person influences others to accomplish an objective and direct the organization to make it more cohesive and coherent. Leaders carry out this process by applying a leadership attributes such as beliefs. We're talking about the limiting beliefs, values. We've been talking about it. We talk about ethics, characters build between 6 and 16, which we are talking about. Knowledge and skills is the last thing, right? Majority of our time or the organization time who we work for focus on developing a technical skills, which is external and extrinsic leadership. But there is an intrinsic leadership, and that is most of the time is ignored. And that intrinsic leadership is all about inner leadership. And because of that lack of inner leadership, we see a surface of problems due to that lack of leadership. So remember, there is two types of leadership, intrinsic and extrinsic. What I'm going to first talk about the extrinsic. Extrinsic leadership is the majority of the people speak about external leadership, which comprise of action that are external to us. That's including many of our daily activities, like writing a report, managing a team, having a monthly meetings with the stakeholders, managing their expectations, analyzing information which has been provided to us so we can do something about it, managing third parties, suppliers, customers, or even weekly, daily basis, we join forces, our colleagues to help them. Now let's jump on to the intrinsic, which is a inner leadership. Inner leadership comes from beliefs, values, ethics, and characters. That means that knowing your daily habits, your routines, your interactions with loved ones, and your reactions to managing the bad situation. Intrinsic or inner leadership is all about going on a self-discovery journey and become a leader to yourself before we even think about leading other people in the world outside to us. We have to master the art of controlling our emotional reactions and overcoming limiting beliefs. We have to master, the inner conversation goes on in our head. If you cannot control the thoughts that are going inside your head, and if you don't have that the self-awareness or self-control, then how on earth you could possibly manage and lead other people? I mean, when we talk about leading other people, you talk about the family, leading yourself. Forget about the work. Work comes the third one. First is the leading yourself. Second is the leading your family, leading your child. How are you going to do that if you don't know how if you don't have that self-control or self-aware? Now, COVID has impacted the world beyond our imagination. The world we know has changed drastically. Working from home used to be a rare case, but now it will be a norm. I mean, I'm working 100% from home. And yes, my interaction with my family is a lot more than what it used to be. The other thing is that now global wars are impacting how we live, how we take sides, and how the living cost has gone up. And children are watching, and watching that how we are reacting to those news and how we are reacting to those to the environments. Now more than ever, we need to take that inner leadership journey, i.e., a self-aware or emotional intelligence journey. Discovery to become a leader for the future and the outer world. For that, you have to be inner leader first. That will help us overcoming our mental health issues, Among children and adults, it will help us manage emotional reactions, overcoming limiting beliefs, reducing suicide cases, helping you bring close to the children, your family, your wife, your parents, siblings, and your work colleagues. Just remember that the other people you interact with daily also have emotions and limiting beliefs. Developing your inner leadership helps you overcome your own limiting beliefs and emotional reaction, but it also helps them in a long run. Your interaction with them will be fruitful. A positive environment will be developed where everybody thrives. Now, there's a three major problem which I've seen, working with various people: panic and rage, poor communication, poor self-image, and lack of confidence, which actually leads to the problem which we face nowadays. These are the key reasons which stop us from becoming a great leader to ourselves and others. So how do we start that inner leadership journey? Now, I'm just going to go through the few questions and things like that. And then, if we have any questions, let me know. I'll be happy to answer that. Emotional intelligence plays a pivotal role in inner leadership. We talked about earlier, we said inner peace equals to inner leadership. If we go very detailed, that there is a lot, I think I need at least 4 or 5 hours to cover that, but we don't have that time. And I'm sure Matt will not allow me to have that, or even the host. So we'll look at the first domain of emotional intelligence, which is self-aware. Self-aware is a key to developing inner leadership. Spending time in self-aware is the first step to discovering question number 1, who are you? What are your core values? What do you love and hate? And how can you manage your emotional reactions, triggers, and limiting beliefs? These are the fundamental questions. If you start answering those questions, what's going to happen is that you start unpeeling the onion, the onion and the coconut, which is we all have the hard out core. But the reality is that we need to go deep down where the actual fruit is. Once you touch that part, that's where the transformation happens. That's where you understand what emotional intelligence is all about. And that's what most of the people don't like to go, because it's such a painful way things to do. But that's where the fruit is. It's just like the coconut, hardcore outside but sweet inside. Onions, we start peeling them, and there is a bits in there. That's what we want, and that's what the initial inner leadership journey is all about. Inner leadership journey can be very daunting, and especially when you don't know where to start and what needs to be done and why. But my recommendation is that start your inner leadership with self-awareness first. It will take time, but 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, you start getting a better understanding. You will have a better control on your panic or rage or flight or fight mode. Flight or fight mode is the panic or rage situation. You will learn the strategies, how you can manage that. You will know what the triggers are. You will know what the reactions are. Once you start managing that, it becomes a very, substantially benefit for both in your personal and professional life. Believe you me, people will love you, not because, you give them something. People will love you and they follow you loyally because of your emotional intelligence, because of your inner leadership, because how you come across to them. Now, let me just share the 5 things before I wrap it up. Emotional inner leadership is focused on our welfare. Is something most of us need to do daily basis. However, we can all have more fulfilling, productive work days with focus when we are fully aware of our own emotions and reactions. That will help us to modify our daily habits at work to value and welfare and stability, which has demonstrated we tend to foster positive feelings about personal and professional life. That will simply increasing our understanding and our experience and reflection on our daily routines, because we have certain daily routines which we picked up over the years. Good or bad, it doesn't matter, but we need to understand that what those daily routines are, how they're impacting our life and how we are reacting to that. Developing your inner leadership abilities, compassion are a key drivers to pushing your inner work. However, there is also a considerable link between doing the inner work and finding the purpose of the life through the work. Problem is that the people until they, few days before the graveyard, they end up in the grave, they don't really know what the purpose of life is. And that's the problem. And there is a few lucky people who found their purpose of life. When they found the purpose of life, then they do something about it. And that's where the inner leadership comes in as well. Because when you are self-aware, you will find your purpose of life and you will work on it and you spend time on it. And the last point is that, you will be astonished at how many benefits you can discover by embarking on the inner leadership journey, which directly impacts your future, your family's future. And believe me, world will be better place because you decided to embark on the inner leadership journey. That's me, man.
Beautiful. Wow. Very well put. Very well put. I loved your comment about extrinsic versus intrinsic leadership. That's huge. I'm going to use that for the rest of my life now, because that's really a huge difference.
Right? That's my royalty, so you have to pay me the royalty now.
Okay, all right. Every nickel I make on that, I'll share it with you, Raz. Happy to hear. Very good. John, did you want to share something? Or did you want to go next?
Yes, is it my time?
It is your time, John.
It's you. Do you want to go? You just turn your camera on, so I thought maybe you wanted to go next. So thank you, Raza. That was awesome. I totally agree. If you said a couple times there was 3 steps or 5 steps. If you wouldn't mind putting those in the chat while John's talking, I'd appreciate that, because I didn't catch them correctly. So go ahead, John. You want to go?
Okay, thank you very much. Great thoughts.
All right.
Raza, how much time do I have, Math?
Like I said, we only have about a half an hour left, so maybe 10 minutes, 15.
10 minutes. Okay. So I just go right at it. The fantastic thing about emotional intelligence is the fact that it cuts across different areas of our lives. And I like that just now we had talked about, leading yourself so that you can then be able to influence others. And then he talked about how you needed to tap into yourself, understand your values, your triggers, who you are, what makes you afraid, what makes you excited. And all of these forms, your ability to lead yourself. Self-leadership is first, of course, before you can get on to other things. I want to focus on the power of empathy. And so we're looking at global peace. And we're looking at the SDG goals, and then we're looking at how we can contribute as experts, as practitioners, as individuals, to improve the peace in the world. So my focus is going to be on how we can leverage empathy for world peace. We all know what is going on around the world today. There is chaos. The pandemic only came to make more pronounced the things that already existed. All right, it revealed things more. And so that is why the conversation is very timely. All right, so at this point, for instance, we realize that the level of self-interest is so high. Okay, take an example, the issue between Ukraine and Russia, and then the US, and then China. The US has an interest, Russia has an interest, Ukraine has an interest, China has an interest, everyone has an interest. That's what causes the war. Okay, so because I have an interest that contradicts your interest, and I want to push my interest over your interest, and that is where conflict starts. That's how the war starts. So if we're going to have peace, then the idea is going to be, how do we manage the conflict, the differences in interest? I hope you're understanding what I'm saying. So difference in interest is what causes conflicts, and it's what causes war, and then the lack of peace. And so if we want to bring peace, we have to look for a way to manage differences in interest. And one tool that we can use is empathy. And what is empathy? Empathy is fundamentally the ability to take yourself and put yourself in the other person's position, so that you can try to understand things from their perspective. And that way it affects the way you manage the situation. Are you understanding what I'm saying? So one of the characteristics of empathy is looking for a common ground, when there are differences, there are also things that are similar. But what happens most times is that as individuals, as nations, we concentrate on the things that are different amongst us rather than focusing on the things that are common between us. So if we're going to have world peace, we're going to need to focus on our commonalities more than we focus on our differences. I'm going to say that again. If we're going to have world peace, we would need to focus on our commonalities more than we focus on our differences. So what are the things that bring us together? Okay, what are the things that we have in common as a people? We all have peace in common. Everybody likes peace. Russia wants peace as much as America wants peace. At least Americans want peace. Like I said earlier, there are individuals who, out of their selfishness, benefit from war. They sell weapons, they sell itineraries and all these things that cost everybody. But as a group, as Americans, as Asians, as Africans, we want peace. So the moment Russia and Ukraine started the fight, everybody was afraid. We're worried about what's going to happen next. Americans are worried. Nigerians are worried. British are worried. Indians are worried. So no human being wants chaos. Let me tell you something. Fundamentally, we learn these behaviors, like Raza said, as we grow up when we're born. Every individual is born peaceful until they are exposed to certain environments. So now we then struggle with finding our inner peace so that we can interact with the external world peacefully. So we need to focus on finding common interest. All right, as individuals, what is your interest? How does your interest align with the interest of the next person? In fact, in emotional intelligence, I tell people that when you want to work with someone, the quickest way to do it, the moment you meet a person for the first time, begin to identify the things that you have in common and start the conversation from there. It is easier to connect with someone when you identify what they like and you start talking about it. I would take football for an example. If you get into a room and you realize that the owner of that office, let's say I come to Raza's office or I come to Nat's office and I see, let's say, what football team do you support, Matt? Tell me, what football team?
What's what?
Football team do you support? What fan are you? Which foot team?
The San Francisco 49ers, probably.
Awesome.
First.
Awesome. So I know that team and I start talking about that team. You definitely are going to respond. You'll be interested. And then we can kick off a connection from there. So I'm using that to explain to us the power of finding common interest if we're going to have world peace. Okay. Another thing that we need to learn is the ability to learn to understand people even when we don't agree with them. That is a component of empathy. You don't have to agree to understand. All right. So as individual and as a group, we need to learn to understand people. How do we do this? When you're listening to someone talk, you need to suspend your judgment until the person is done talking, so that you are able to gain the information that they are passing across to you, process the information, analyze the information, and then make an informed decision and response. Many times what we find is this: the moment we meet people, we begin to make judgments already. And this is what causes conflict. Because when you already have a judgment, then you're not going to listen to me with an open mind. And this is what's happening in the world today. Russia already has a judgment. They think so. Ukraine wants to join NATO. Russia does not want Ukraine to join NATO because they think it's going to lead to penetration into their own border. So there's already a judgment. And from the perspective of judgment, we try to defend ourselves. And that's why we have war. That's why we have chaos in the world. So if we're going to have peace, we must learn to understand people even when we don't agree with them. Why does this person want to do this? Why does this group want to do this? What is their motive? What do they want to achieve? If we ask these questions, which leads me to my next point, if we ask the right questions, then we will have more peace in the world. So the kind of questions we ask is going to impact the level of world peace we're going to have. So I tell people that we must learn to ask the right questions, open questions, questions that allow for conversation, so that we can have productivity. If we ask open questions, then the feedback that we get, we can use that feedback to make informed judgments. Listen to me, if you don't learn anything from my session, learn that if we all make informed judgment or informed decisions, we'll have a more peaceful world. If we all made informed judgment or have informed decisions, we'll have a more peaceful world. And we can do that by leveraging empathy, putting yourself in the other person's shoes, trying to understand them, and that way we would be able to have a more peaceful world. And finally, I would like to talk about being able to listen. I was saying in one of the meetings that I was a part of recently that listening has become a commodity. Listening has become a commodity. I strongly believe that you can earn money from listening to people now. You know why? Because nobody's listening anymore. Parents are not listening to the children. Children are not listening to the parent. The bosses are not listening to the staff. The staffs are not listening to the bosses. The nations are not listening to one another. So listening has become a scarce commodity right now. And I strongly think that a person can build a career around listening, teaching listening, listening to people and making money from actually listening. So if we all learn to listen, we're definitely going to have a more peaceful world. What do you do when you listen? When you listen, you try to understand what the other person wants from the conversation. So these are the questions you need to ask yourself. What is this person feeling right now? What are they going through? What do they want from this interaction? What emotion is this person expressing now? What are they going through? What do they want from this interaction? When we ask these questions while we listen, we will realize that our reactions to what people say and how they behave will change. For instance, someone who is having a bad day comes to you and displays aggression. If you listen, then you understand that this person is behaving this way because of what they're experiencing. And so I'm not going to react in an aggressive manner. Instead, I will try to understand them, and I'll try to let them know that I understand what they're experiencing. And many times when we do this, we bridge the gap. People become warmer, they become friendlier, and it all becomes more peaceful around us. Thank you very much. I think that's about 10 minutes of my time. Thank you, Matt.
Yeah. Well done. Well done. Very good points, John. Very good points. You're right. Empathy is one of the huge skills about emotional intelligence. I run a bunch of social media sites on LinkedIn and Facebook, and the biggest one we asked, I have one of the sites has 275,000 people in it, and we asked what's the most important skill of emotional intelligence, and the answer was empathy. Exactly. So so you're right on right on about that. Listening, understanding, suspending judgment, feeling, trying to get in touch with what the other person's going through and what they want. Beautiful. Bridging the gap. I like it. Well said. Great, great.
Thank you, Matt.
All right. Well done. Thanks. Manish?
Good to go. Before, I have a small presentation to make, and I won't take much time, just about 7-8 minutes, but I want to mention about what John said, the one particular thing. He said listening, he said people are going to pay us for listening. Listening skills are one of the most important skill that, people, if they are able to practice that, a lot of issues can be sorted out. Most of the time problems happen because people are not able to listen. They don't listen. So then they get into judgmental mode or into denial mode, because that's when they don't listen. Once people start to practice listening skill is it's a very important skill of EQ. It's a very important skill. And so thanks, John, for bringing that up. It was wonderful. Thank you.
Just quickly, Manish, can I just quickly add that as the Dr. Stephen Covey said, listen to understand before you get understood.
Right.
Right on.
Absolutely. So that's exactly the point. Perfect. Thanks, Raza, for adding that. Yeah. So I'll just give me about 30 seconds, and I'll bring on my presentation, and then.
Okay.
So I hope you guys can see the screen. Yeah.
It's coming. Yes, we got it.
Yeah. So here it is.
Oh,
so
look at that. Ooh, yeah, beautiful.
AI for for inner and world peace and sustainable development. Right. So
right.
Let's just go into it. 1 minute. I'll just.
It's yeah.
Yeah, so let's look at education, and I'm going to focus on education because I think education is basically the most important part of SDGs, if you say, because if anybody is behaving in a manner which we feel is not right or can be better, I primarily feel that it's because of his or her lack of education to a particular set of behaviors. And so I think we have to start with education, and we talk about education. We think about schools. So let's see what it is. Let's look at education in the narrow sense. So it's all about schooling, teaching, curriculum, academics. It's all systematic, absolutely. And how do they decide, whether somebody has brains or no brains, or intelligent or not intelligent? They put in something called an examination, and then if you score the top grades in it, you're awarded medals, and then you get scholarships and whatnot. And I don't know what to say. And then narrow sense, it's more or less formal, similar kind of education what you have at school. So let's look at the classroom, and let's look at it in the broad sense, not limited to classroom. It's informal, it's learning. You can learn from parents, you can learn from home, you can learn from friends, and then you can learn from school, and you can learn from the society as a whole as well. And most importantly, you learn from our experiences, right? So that's exactly what we are talking about here, right? So this is a very strong point that I want to make about what kind of education are we talking about. So when all of us here, as panelists, or even the others who are here, probably Meera and the others, would understand what kind of education a school can actually give you, and what are the other options that the school has. Matt, some time ago, Meera said the choices we can make, right, Matt? So the schools also have these choices. Schools also have these choices, but they don't make it. Right? They just don't make it. And how you and me and Raza and John and Meera and everyone else wish that they made it, right? So we're all fighting for EQ. We're all fighting that schools do introduce EQ in at least, at the beginner level, like how we discussed last week, right, Matt? So this is something very important that I wanted to bring out about how learning can happen at school, and, in the narrow sense and the broader sense. And I'm going to discuss about this one man, and I think Raza also spoke about him, Adolf Hitler. So why I'm going to talk about Adolf Hitler is very important. This man, he didn't want to study because he wanted to get into arts, and his father wanted him to, become a customs officer because his father himself was a customs officer. So on purpose, what Adolf Hitler did was he made sure that he failed in school. He didn't study at all well. And then finally he lost he lost his dad, and then his mother also passed away when he was 18. And then he got into making, small sketches and coloring, and he sold them on the streets of Vienna. And then he was also extremely interested in music. So why I'm actually talking about Adolf Hitler is somebody who was so interested in colors and art, and he wanted to be an artist, and was also very interested in music. Ultimately, what did he become? He became somebody who, killed thousands of people, thousands of probably lakhs of people. He killed 1 million people or more. So how did that transition happen? What exactly happened? Right? So how did his mind get fixed on onto the wrong things? Even though he was somebody who loved colors, who loved pictures, who loved music. And we more or less see that people who love art and music, etc., are very calm. They're very subdued, sort of. They're very sane. They're able to think well. That's what normally comes to mind, because these are some passions which helps you to calm down your mind. It needs a lot of concentration. Whether you're painting something or you're playing music, it needs a lot of concentration. And then when you're able to spend a lot of time in that, you're able to calm down. But see what Adolf Hitler was. So that is why I wanted to bring on this story of Adolf Hitler. This is one story, and I'm going to talk to you another story a little later. But then we'll go to the next slide. Okay, so what are the two words, that everybody basically associates themselves with? Yeah, any guesses? What are two words that everyone associates themselves with, or everybody talks about wanting in life? Anyone? So let's hear it from you all. Two words that everybody wants. The Matt will begin with you.
Peace and love. I'm not sure.
Absolutely. I mean, right. So I'll just put it on here. One is happiness, which is equal to peace, and progress or prosperity, which is development. This is what everybody is talking about. But people are not talking about how do we get there? How can we have development along with peace? People, currently there is a lot of development, but behind a lot of development also is a lot of hatred, jealousy, anger, disappointments, revenge, and you name it. Right? So it is not connected with peace. So what EQ can actually do is, help people to bring in more peace, more calmness. Right? It helps to rationalize, bring in a sense of rationalization. That's very, very important, which is missing currently. And can we power them to empower them? And I was thinking, yes, EQ. How can we power them to empower them? Absolutely. So I strongly believe it is only EQ. People are actually powered, but if you really want to empower them in the real sense, you have to put sanity into their minds, which EQ can make it happen. And I'm sure all of us have been practicing this for quite some time, and we've seen results. And that is why all of us here believe in the power of EQ. We know how strong it is and what it can do. Okay, so now I would like to talk about this one man. Any idea who this is? Any idea, any guesses who this is? All of you out there?
I don't know.
Anyone?
Nope.
Okay, Raza, John, anyone else? Meera, you know this, so I'm not going to ask you this.
Cheater. Is it Albert Einstein?
No, it is, without taking away much time, it's Alfred Nobel. Now, why have I put up the picture of Alfred Nobel? I'll tell you, it's very interesting. So from a very young age, he was interested in science, and from science grew his interest in he got latched on to how to manufacture explosives. And later on, when the explosives were stored in one of the godowns, his own brother got blown up one day. I mean, the factory exploded, his brother died. That's when he went on to further educate himself on how these explosives can be stored in a controlled manner. And then that later on got to be called dynamite. And then, it was World War time. More than 100 countries were buying dynamite from him because he was the king of dynamite, Sir Alfred Nobel. And, he was one of the richest people there. He had businesses with 100 countries, over 100 factories. And then what happened in 1888? Something happened in 1888 that changes man forever. In 1888, his brother Ludwig died, but the newspaper, most of the French newspapers, put out his photograph, and the headline was, "The Merchant of Death is dead." It said, "The Merchant of Death is dead." And that's when he said, "I'm here alive. And look at me. I mean, if I'm going to not survive tomorrow, is this how I'm going to be remembered? I need to change it." And that hit him. That's what hit him. So, that's exactly all of us are trying to do. One incident, or one talk with somebody which can change people's thought processes. So that obituary, his looking at his own obituary in the newspaper while he was alive, changed him. And in 1894, he took a decision where He 94% of his entire wealth, he put it in a trust and said, okay, now 94% of the wealth is going to go for a good cause, and I'm going to start, honoring and awarding people in respective fields. And that's how the Nobel Prize began. That's how the Nobel Prize was created. So it's a wonderful classic example of how, and that's why I put out this caption at how would you like to be remembered? So, when we all are not going to be there someday on the face of the earth, the most important question, I would say, for me, the biggest legacy that I would want to leave behind for my family is how am I going to be remembered? I think that's the greatest legacy. Nothing bigger than that. Right. So Sir Alfred Nobel is a classic example. And just another minute I'll take, and let's look at the real education, IQ plus EQ, and lessons in empathy, compassion, love, kindness, teaching children to be resilient, along with the lessons on IQ, will automatically ensure that the children will work on development, which will be aimed not just at profitability, but also at ensuring that the world is a much more happier place to live in. And that's why EQ needs to come in right there. And going to another slide, which Matt had also put in earlier, Aristotle, educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. Right. And with this, I would like to complete my presentation. Thank you, Matt.
Yeah. Beautiful. Wow. Wow. Good stories about Hitler and Nobel. I didn't know either of those. That's wild. That's wild that Hitler started off being music and art and went downhill from there. And Nobel started with blowing things up and went uphill from there. That's pretty neat.
Right.
It's pretty cool. Good story.
And Alfred Nobel also, wake up call for Alfred Nobel when he saw his own obituary, and the newspapers called him the merchant of death is dead. So imagine. Yeah. And that shook him up, that woke him up.
Great. Okay, Mary Florence has her hand up. So hi, Mary. You can unmute and ask a question.
So I can't mute it.
Hi. Yeah, hi.
Hi, Mary, you can unmute and you can talk. We just heard you.
I think she's just pressing.
She's trying to.
Yeah, Mary.
Yeah, it is very informative topic, sir. And I learned a lot of things, no questions, but only appreciation because I'm new to this topic. So how much I learned from Matt, sir, also still I'm learning. So if I become expert, only I can ask questions. So yeah, most of the time I've heard from Matt, sir, in a lot of webinars. This is the first time I'm hearing from you. Actually, very informative. I jot down a lot of points, sir. Because psychology is one of the subjects I love. And that's why I did my master's in MSW. My specialization is medical and psychiatry. And I run a foundation which is helping for cancer patients. I help them help them for medications.
Wonderful.
This is about me, and I'm from Bangalore, India. Very informative talk, sir. All the three people talk is very informative, sir. All the best, sir, for all three of you. God bless you. God bless you. All the best for your next sessions also.
God bless you too. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir.
Yes, Matt. So that's it. I'm done. It was just a very, very brief presentation, but I wanted to drive home the point as to what EQ can do. And that's why I put out two very, very famous characters or people that anyone and everyone can associate themselves with, and they do know a little about them. So
great. Yeah, I'm going to use those in the future. Those are really good stories. Thank you for bringing that up. And it is definitely about education, in my opinion. I agree with you 100%, or not 100%. And also you said that how it can be formal versus informal, right. How we can learn just from school or make it bigger than that. And that's true. That social emotional learning, as we're teaching the teachers, it's not about here. Check this out. I think this is one of the biggest things, is that one of the fellows that works with us, who's a doctor of education, he said he ran a school in Palo Alto, which is one of very affluent community in California. And it was SEL based That's what they specialized in. And
Right.
he became the principal of the school. And he said, rather than get out your SEL book, right, go do this little thing and we're going to do an SEL lesson, rather than doing that, what he did was say, so how was recess? How was lunch for you guys? Recess and lunch being the most emotional times of the day for the kids, because they're with all the other kids and now it's social and all that kind of thing. And he's saying, bring it in to all day long. So we're bringing in emotions. They don't start and stop. Like you can learn math and then you can stop learning math. No, you were learning emotions all day, every day at home. What are you bringing into it? What are you taking away from you? What are you learning at, what happened to you at recess? What happened at right now? What's happening inside of you? And bring that out of the kids. He said, you don't tell them, you ask them. So I liked how you put it, Manish, is that it's big, informal. It can go all day, every day, and that your education come from anywhere and everywhere, right?
Right.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. All right, and it is tricky. It's tricky. It's it's harder to teach that to a teacher. It's harder. Some of the teachers are like, oh, absolutely, that's exactly what I want. Some teachers are going, what? You got to give me this. I'm used to the, like you said, the formal, what book do I get out now? And that's what I'm used to. So how do I make it bigger? So that's a tricky part. Anitha, you had your hand up earlier and we had to keep going. So did you, if you still had a question, feel free to come back now. Also, we got this from, this is, okay. Dr. Avenger, I guess we need to kind of sum up here. Let me share my screen just another moment, if I could, and we'll kind of close this up. But I just wanted to reiterate about the SDGs that we are trying to get emotional intelligence into schoolwork and home, and for the purpose of peace. And what I would like for people, everybody listening here, is to learn about your own inner peace, learn about your own emotions, especially learn about how your thoughts and your feelings affect you and how to manage them, and how other people, that's just as important, like John said, about empathy, and how we can listen to people and love people and open our hearts. One of the biggest skills about emotional intelligence is how much we open up and how much we close up our hearts when it's not safe, when things are not going well. Like Manish said, kids, sometimes they don't have a choice of what parents they're going to have and what it's going to be like. They don't have that choice, but they do have a choice of being able to manage themselves, it turns out, and we can open up when it's safe, and when it's not safe, we can close up and say, hey, this person is being aggressive, or this person is yelling at me, or whatever. That's them. That doesn't mean it's me. That's not me, and it's not going to hurt me, but I'll open up when it's safer. So anyway, sorry, go off on that, but home, work, school, please share what you've learned about emotional intelligence. Please keep managing your own emotions, learn more about those, and let's see if we can create some peace in the world. So I wanted to thank John and Manish and Raza, you guys, fantastic presentations. Thank you for being here. Dr. Ravindra, thank you for having us.
Thank you, Dr. Ravindra. Thank you, Matt, for having us all. I think so. It was wonderful. It was a wonderful experience as well, sharing the stage with all of you.
Likewise, Matt. Thank you for you're doing a lot of globetrotting lately. Now, I would love to be part of that. Thank you for inviting me to this session. Appreciate that. And thank you for the organizer, and thank you for Dr. Ravindra.
All right.
Yes, thank you for having me, Matt. It's been a pleasure to be here. I'm off to another meeting shortly. Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Bye, John. Take care.
I'm going to off to get some sleep, Matt. We're in the month of fasting, so I've been up all night and just trying to get some sleep. So, but yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
3:30 a.m.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us and giving insights into different aspects of EQ and how it is being implemented wonderfully by you all. You are taking forward, and definitely it gives a lot of motivation and a lot of encouragement, even for all others also to take up EQ in different ways. So definitely, we would like to collaborate with each one of you in taking up forward in the different verticals or different dimensions where we all are traveling and ensuring that EQ is being practiced, and it is very much essential for the peace to be regained or established. And there are a lot of conflicts we have been discussing, like a simple thing, I'm okay, you are not okay. This brings to a lot of conflicts. If we can understand, okay, I'm okay, you are also okay, that where the peace comes in. So that small thing, small understanding that comes from empathy, understanding our own emotions, our own feelings, our own reactions and responses, and at the same time with the others' emotions, feelings, reactions and responses. Understanding their context, understanding their situation, their background, their experiences, because we all are having different experiences. Not everyone have similar kind of family environment. So we all have been brought up in different situations, different environments, different circumstances. So it has given us diverse experiences in practicing understanding these emotions and feelings. So some are have been quite vulnerable since ages, and some have been very in advantageous position. Whenever we are talking at an unequal level, it always gives rise to conflicts. So that is where the peace, obtaining peace or restoring peace is always a challenge for everyone. Because whenever we start addressing about the peace, it is like at least one of the participant is on the advantageous side. Then in that case, how we are going to achieve this peace? It is through emotional intelligence. It is through understanding of emotions, where we can have this on a common platform or a common ground, where we can understand each other's emotions and accordingly reciprocate our feelings or emotions in a right way. So that needs to be inculcated. I mean, that needs to be taught in the school, which we are doing and which we all are doing, in fact. And when coming to this age, like Manish Gupta ji is working with children, school children and other, the adolescents, like even earlier age also, like we have seen even in the, because I am into this health sciences and all these, we are working with medical teams, and I am also in this medical, I'm in development studies, psychology, psychiatric social work. So we also see even in the womb also, the infants keep learning. So the compassion, the empathy, the emotional training or the emotional intelligence or understanding of the emotions should begin even at the time of conception. That should start with the mother, so that before the child enters into the world, child is equipped with emotional knowledge. I mean, child develops at least some subtle understanding of emotional intelligence. Maybe that will prevent lot of these conflicts, and not only that, but it gives lot of understanding to the mother and as well as the child. Then I think maybe our efforts will also minimize, because when the child is born with already emotional, with some knowledge of emotional intelligence, and because child keeps continuously learning from mother through perceptions, through different sensations. So maybe the right kind of environment that mother provides to the child itself is, when a child is more comfortable in the womb, and that brings out, there are a lot of research. I think Matt would be the right person, because he is working on emotional intelligence since 4 decades. So he can give us a lot of case studies where there been when a mother is in a very good conducive environment, where she is having a very good emotional stability and knowledge of emotional intelligence and how to manage emotions and reciprocate. Maybe the children, the future generations, are more peaceful generations, are high in emotional intelligence. As even our co-speaker has also, co-panelist has also mentioned, even our Raza Kanji also, about leadership. Then we are like leaders are born. Yes, definitely. When the woman or the mother is bringing up the leader with high emotional intelligence or a better emotional understanding, their leaders are born naturally with the highest emotional intelligence, highest emotional understanding. So this is where every one of us, all the co-panelists, have been contributing at various levels. Leadership is also very important when achieving these sustainable goals, or achieving this emotional stability in organizations, in community, individually also. It is very essential. Leadership also needs to be taken up. And as Manishji is also working in various schools at a school level, is also very much required at a school level and at a corporate level. Like our panelist Matt is doing wonders even at corporate level, university level. So all these efforts are required at every stage of life. These training should go on, and this flow of knowledge, dissemination of knowledge should keep going with all efforts, and we need to train more and more people to become more panelists, so that we have more hands to help us and more hands to take it forward to future generations. So thank you everyone for your wonderful insights. You really made the day wonderful, and definitely this has inspired a lot of us to take it forward, and definitely we will work together to achieve in a individual capacities and a collaborative capacities to take it forward. Thank you once again everyone, especially Matt, for bringing on the excellent panel, co-panelist to all of us on the international platform, and selecting the appropriate theme, setting that theme also, and bringing peace, which is need of the hour. And definitely we all need to take a stand today, because we have there is an ongoing conflict also, which is widely talked about. The Third World War has already started. So in that context also, it brings a lot of apprehensions that peace has taken the highest top priority Now that where we as an emotional intelligence proponents or leaders or whatever we call ourselves. So we need to be more proactive, ensuring that peace is always prevailing. So we need to have our dialogues to be heard and to be disseminated, that in spite of all the odds, peace will prevail. We need to understand at the time of crisis also, we all are there to support, and we will continue to provide emotional intelligence support to understand the crisis and to overcome the crisis. Thank you everyone, especially Matt and John Abu and Manish Gupta ji and Raza Khan ji and all the panelists. Thank you for accepting our invitation and joining us and making this event much more wonderful.
Thank you, Dr. Ravindra.
I congratulate and wishing you all the success and look forward in future also for the wonderful sessions in coming days. Thank you. Thank you, Matt, once again.
You're welcome. Thank you for having us. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, everybody, for listening. I'm putting in the chat the link on YouTube to this, so you can share it with people or you can review it later or whatever. But apparently, we're live on YouTube, and here's the link in the chat. So, right. So, yay. All right, you guys take care and get some rest. Thank you again. We'll see you again. All right. Bye, all.
Thank you. Take care. Good night, Matt.
Bye.
Always in the middle of night, we are organizing sessions. So optimistic. Dear participants and friends, there is a feedback form being raised. You can kindly fill up the feedback form. So we will have 3 feedback forms for each, 4 feedback forms for each panelist. So you can start from Matt. So I will be sharing the feedback form for the first panelist, Matt. So kindly fill up the feedback form. We will have 2 minutes for each feedback form for each panelist. So all the participants are requested to fill the feedback form so that we'll know how well we have performed and if there is anything to be improved or anything which needs to be added in future sessions. Participants feedback form is through polls. Kindly find the poll window on your screen and you can start answering the poll. Title feedback for session 3. all the participants are requested to fill the feedback forms. After filling up all the feedback forms, certificate as per the eligibility, we will check it and we'll check the attendance. This will also calculate your attendance. And within 15 working days, you will be receiving your e-certificates. A link will be provided on the website where you can download your e-certificate. So kindly fill up the feedback form. For each session, filling up the feedback form is mandatory and an overall feedback form will be shared at the end. For each session, there is feedback form. This is for third speaker. And we'll be sharing for another 4 speakers once it is completed. So kindly fill up feedback form for all the speakers. Now the feedback form is for third speaker, Mr. Matt. If you accidentally close the poll window, you can just use the polls option. Do not close any windows which are popping up in the meeting because those are feedback forms. We have another 50 seconds for this feedback form, then poll will automatically get closed. Quickly, everyone fill up the feedback form for session 3, third speaker. Do not leave unless we declare that workshop is closed. There are a lot of other feedback forms to be filled. Now I am sharing a feedback form for fourth speaker, for John Abu. This feedback form is for the fourth session, fourth speaker. Everyone start answering the new poll, new feedback form for session 4. Now the present feedback form is for session 4. Quickly fill up the feedback form. We have another 3.5 minutes left. Each feedback form we are giving 5 minutes to fill it up. once you fill up the feedback form, you can close that window so that new window will appear. Ensure that before closing the feedback form window, you have filled up the form. Otherwise, it will not appear again. Fill the feedback form, then you can close it. Otherwise, it will be there and new feedback forms you cannot see. Kindly fill up the feedback form for session 4, fourth speaker. After filling up the feedback form, close all the windows. Now there is no form visible. So if there are still any forms on your screen, you can close all the forms after filling it up. We'll be launching the form for 5th session. You have to close the forms, each form after filling the form, kindly close the forms. Yeah, Dr. Madhumati?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, good evening. I am about to fill up that fourth form, but it is closed, sir.
Yeah, because it's already exceeded now. 5 minutes. We have given 6 minutes for that. So kindly immediately fill up the form. Now, okay, leave that form.
Okay.
Now everyone, if everyone has completed all the forms, then I will be sharing the fifth form. Close all the forms immediately after you fill up the form and submit the form.
It's not appeared immediately in my phone. Okay, I'll try.
There may be delay. That's why we are giving 5 minutes. Actually, it doesn't take more than 1 minute.
Okay.
So we are giving 5 minutes time. You can fill it up. Now we'll be sharing the feedback form for fifth session. It is for fifth speaker. Feedback form has been launched. That feedback form will be in the form of polls. Kindly fill up the feedback form for session 5, fifth speaker. We cannot relaunch the polls or the feedback forms again because it will reset all the data entries. So all the data will be lost. So only once we can launch it. If you have missed earlier forms, leave it now. We can't do anything about it. Anyway, this is the first time we have introduced this system, and from every time from next event onwards, this will be the procedure for feedback form. So we will be also sharing you an overall feedback form. But as of now, kindly fill up all these forms. You'll also get used to this system. Do not close or do not move away from Zoom app or screen. Feedback form for session 5, fifth speaker is on. Kindly fill up the feedback form. We have 3 minutes left. Because it was panel discussion, generally we share immediately after this session. As it was panel discussion, we are giving all the panelist forms one by one. Otherwise, if it was individual discussion, we would have shared immediately after the speaker has concluded. Another 2 minutes left. Many are yet to fill the feedback form. Quickly fill up the feedback form and submit it. We are closing feedback form for session 5. Quickly submit. If you missed also, don't worry about any form also. Do not leave the meeting. We will also share you one feedback link this time, where you can fill that link also, and we will check the attendance and we will issue, even if you are unable to fill. But make an effort to complete and fill all the forms. This will be a practice for you, because daily we are organizing programs. So next time it will be easy for you. Close all the windows which are open, poll windows, after filling up your responses. That would be easy to see the new feedback form. We'll be sharing the feedback form for session 6, that is 6th speaker. Close all the open windows, open poll windows. We are launching feedback form for session 6, 6th speaker. Feedback form for 6th speaker is on. Kindly start filling the feedback form. Kindly fill up the feedback form for session 6, 6th speaker. 1.5 minutes left. If you are not receiving these polls, maybe you have accidentally closed it, or otherwise you have disabled these notifications within the Zoom, or might be you are using an older version of Zoom. There may be many issues. You check it, you try to fully fill it up. Otherwise, we will be sharing the Google form also at the end. But that will be done only for this date. From tomorrow onwards, we will have the same system. After this meeting, after concluding this meeting, webinar, you can update your Zoom app to the latest version, whichever your phone supports. Maybe that can fix up this issue. Or you can try uninstalling and installing the latest version of Zoom. Not now, after we end the meeting. Kindly fill up the feedback form. We will be ending the feedback form for session 6. Sixth speaker. Close any open windows, any open polls on your system, on your mobile. We have ended the poll for 6th session, that is feedback form for 6th session. We'll be launching the last session poll. Any open windows are there? We are not yet done with final overall poll. After this 7th, we will be sharing the overall feedback form. So now, if any open feedback forms are visible on your screen, kindly close it. Because if old window is open, then new form will not be appearing. Generally, it gets updated automatically, but sometimes due to network issue, you might not see it. But don't worry, you try to give it, even if you forget or miss out the form, you can always fill up the Google form as well. Kindly fill up the feedback form for last session. Kindly fill up the feedback form for the last speaker and last session. After this, we'll be sharing the overall feedback form. Everyone, kindly fill up the feedback form for session 1, 7th speaker. Three more minutes left. Another 1.5 minutes left. Quickly, everyone fill up the feedback form for session 1, 7th speaker, last session. We'll be soon closing the feedback form for session 7. Kindly quickly fill up the feedback form and submit. Yeah, we are ending the poll. That is feedback form for session 7. Quickly submit your responses. After submitting, if you see any window open, kindly close the windows. So at a new window, we can see with the new feedback form. Close all open windows if any. Close all feedback forms if any. We have completed all the individual feedback sessions. Now we'll be sharing the overall feedback form. If you have missed any one of the 7 feedback forms, you can use this feedback form and submit feedback for all the 7 speakers and also overall feedback form for the entire event. So everyone kindly close all the open windows of previous feedback forms so that you can see the new feedback form, overall feedback form for the entire session. We are launching the overall feedback form. Overall feedback form has been launched. Everyone quickly fill up the feedback form. Everyone kindly fill up the overall feedback form. This is mandatory for receiving your certificate. Everyone kindly fill up the overall feedback form. Everyone kindly fill up the overall feedback form. This is the last form. We'll be sharing Google form. Like some of the participants had issue with this poll. They did not see the window. We are not sure whether They got this overall feedback form also. So now, because you are in the meeting, you cannot update your app. So we are giving you the Google Form option also only today. So from tomorrow onwards, you have to ensure that you are having an updated version, latest version which your phone supports. Kindly stay back until I say you can leave. Kindly stay back. Quickly fill up the feedback form. Yeah, rest of the participants kindly who have not yet submitted, kindly quickly submit your overall feedback form. Kindly fill up the overall feedback form. We are ending. We are about to close this overall feedback form. And let us know this 5-minute time is adequate or not to fill up the feedback form as well. We think it will not take 5 minutes to fill up this 10 question or 13 question feedback form, because again filling up each feedback form for each session, it will take another half an hour. So we need to add that 30 minutes also to overall events time.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, good evening. I am Dr. Madhumati speaking from Nellore, Andhra Pradesh, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
India. Sir, regarding feedback, it is for mentioning of the long answers, I mean lengthy answers, we need time. Otherwise, if you give an options that like A, B, C are excellent, good, like that, so it's very easy to put. If you ask for us, I mean the participants for the lengthy answers means it will take some time. Sometimes this maybe because of, as you mentioned, that the Zoom may not be updated. I do not know, but I didn't get that the fourth, poll that is not appeared in my screen. It takes a lot of time. So that is one point. Then next one is, if you, mention that the feedback regarding each speaker, if you mention that the name of the speaker before putting that feedback, then it's nicer, because panelists 4 or 5 members are there. So we need to remember, and who is the first one, second, third, fourth. I think we may be a little bit confusion. So if you mention that the name of the speaker and then that feedback form, then I think it's better. It's my personal opinion.
We will try to ensure, because we have set up system now for, if we mention speaker every time, we need to just change the settings. That is the problem. So what we can
because
do
in
is,
the
I will announce
panelist
also along with the feedback. We will try also, because this is the first time we are implementing this system.
Yes, sir. It's very nice, sir. Very nice. Actually, the topic is very nice. Excellent speakers are there. You have arranged very good speakers and very informative, sir. This is a rare topic. Really, I am very much impressed. But that if the panelists 3 or 4 or 5 are there, no, we need to remember. Who is the first, second, okay, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. Then that's a little bit confusion. It's okay, sir. Everything nice. But it's my personal request.
Yeah, we will try to see, because generally what we are doing is, since last couple of years, we are just sharing the Google form. But now we are moving for ISO certification. So a lot of procedures are there we have to follow.
Yes.
So now we are also forced to comply to the standards.
Yes, sir. But it's very nice, sir. Very organized program. Really, I enjoyed it, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
What we will do is, from next time, I will share the flyer also in the background. So I'm not sure, because on lower end mobiles, when flyer is also, screen share is on and poll is on, so that might also cause some issues.
Yes, sir.
That issue is also there. So use the chat box if you are not able to see the poll. We will also see, and we will also raise issue with the Zoom if any particular participant is there. We have, because this is a paid version, we can also take this issue to them, so that.
Okay, sir. Actually, Matt sir, he showed some YouTube link as given in the chat box. So I opened that link. Then I come back and I saw that feedback form. It's not appeared immediately. Then it will take 2 to 3 minutes to appear. By the time I will finish, halfway I came. By the time it's over. So.
Yeah, that's why whenever what we are doing is always, we are, after completing the session only, we are sharing the feedback form, so that there is nothing to listen or attend to. We can completely focus on feedback form. Otherwise, what happens, the link is there in that, and we will be missing session, and we will be concentrating on feedback form.
Actually, after the session only, sir shared. But I do not know why. But third poll, that feedback is completed, then fourth it's not appeared immediately. I do not know why. It's okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I will be sharing. I am about to close this overall feedback form. Still, we have a good number of people who haven't filled. Let me know the reasons also, like whoever is not able to see, so that maybe, or you can update today. You can everyone try to update the Zoom platform app in your system or mobile.
Actually, it's updated version only. Okay, sir. Anyway, do not know the reason.
Maybe the Android version in your mobile also, sometimes if it is older version, no? The maximum version that supports is also again sometimes it may not be the latest version of Zoom, because again it depends on the Android operating system. If latest
Okay, I will try to update. Yes,
yeah,
I will
so
do it.
just check on that and let me know so that we can, if we have to still continue both, we will try to continue. Otherwise, if this is fine, we will go with the new system from next onwards.
Okay, okay, okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So we are closing this overall feedback form, and now I will be sharing this Google form. So that is also overall feedback form only. Whoever has not able to see this polls or feedback forms, you can use, you can fill the, even if you have filled all the feedback forms, you can use that Google form also. Kindly see the chat box. I'm sharing the Google form link. You can close any open windows and see the chat box.
Sir, have you shared that Google form now?
Yeah, I'm doing.
Okay.
Yeah, the overall feedback form, that is Google form link, has been shared in the chat box. Everyone kindly fill up the feedback form. Google form. In case if whatever forms you have not filled due to technical reasons also, this will act as a final form. Everyone kindly fill up the Google feedback form. Kindly fill up the Google feedback form shared in chat box. Kindly fill up the feedback form. Google form link has been shared in the chat box. Thank you for joining us, all the eminent speakers, Professor Dr. Garima Sharma, Sri Ravichandranji, and Mr. Matt Perliston, and Sri John Abud, and Manish Gupta ji, Raza Khan ji, and all other eminent speakers, and also all the participants. Without you, this webinar and workshop would haven't been successful. Thank you everyone for joining us. Hope you all enjoyed these sessions. Daily we are having sessions from on weekdays 6 to 8 p.m. with the same link with different topics. And on Sundays we are having from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. So the link is same, joining link is same. You can join Telegram channel and also Facebook group where you will get all the updates for day-to-day events, joining links and information about the events. If you would like to take a session, you can also fill up the feedback form, registration form, which will be shared regularly daily. Or even in the Telegram channel or Facebook group, you can find the registration forms. Kindly fill up the feedback form. We are going to conclude the meeting, and whoever has filled the feedback form can leave the webinar. Next 5 minutes, we'll be ending the webinar. Immediately, whoever has not filled, This will only rarely happen when we have panel discussions, that we rarely have these panel discussions only. Otherwise, for each session, immediately after the session gets concluded, we are sharing the feedback form for that speaker. So it will not take much time. This is the first time because you are also, many of us, you are having difficulty. So today we are giving much more time. And every session, we are sharing the registration form, joining link, and group link, telegram channel link, along with the registration message, registration form invitation. So make sure you join that. Even if you are joined directly, before filling up the feedback form or after filling up the feedback form, immediately fill up the registration form also, because that is also mandatory. But see, few things we are also okay, fine. Even if you are registered also, we are giving. Even if you are attending or missing out one session also, we were giving earlier. But now we need to maintain all the records. So, this time also, even if you miss out one or two sessions, we'll give you. We have been given. But sometimes because audit also goes on, and these big things becomes difficult. When we aim for high standards, we have to tune ourselves and to the compliance. There is no other option. Otherwise, we have to settle for this. And whoever is attending on YouTube, right, this option is only for those, who don't want to register or who don't want any certificate, or just they want to listen, or in case the platform is full and they are unable to join Zoom platform, then what we are doing is we are sharing feedback form in the platform also. Otherwise, what we are doing is we are observing there, and whoever is attending, we are updating them. We have filled up the feedback form. You can leave the webinar. Kindly find the feedback form in the chat box and fill up the feedback form.